I'm waiting for the beep from the technical team since we are online. Okay. Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome. I'm very, very happy to see a packed room this morning, despite the weather report were working against us, saying that it would snow. It doesn't snow, of course, and it's nice. So I'm very happy that we can have this CERRE Digital Platform Summit. As we approach critical deadlines for the DMA and the DSA, I would dare saying that this summit is nothing less than a focal point for discussions shaping the future of platform regulation in the European Union. But before we get into this, let's just take 1 minute to reflect on this achievement. CERRE started to work on platform regulation as early as in 2017. That is already 7 years ago. Our pioneering role was recognized by the European Commission when in 2019 I had the honor to be appointed as the first chair of the group of experts of the newly created EU Observatory on the online platform economy. And when, at the end of my mandate in 2022, the Commission appointed CERRE Academic Director Alexandre Destrel. And since 2017, our think tank has played a key role in contributing in total independence to the development of the platform laws. Not only the Commission, but also the European Parliament lawmakers and several member states, including successive council presidencies, have called upon our independent expert advice in the preparation of the DMA, the DSA, the Data Act, the Data Government Act, and very recently the AI Act. And I was also thrilled when I traveled abroad last year. I was in the US, in India, in China, among others, and I could note that CERRE's expertise on platform regulation is also highly respected outside Europe. And the CERRE goal in these matters, I think, is straightforward. It is to contribute to the promotion of innovation, and at the same time, at framing it so that, to quote Thierry Breton, all fellow citizens benefit from innovation while being protected from risks, and the rules of the game are predictable. And we are proud to contribute to this effort, to contribute to setting these rules of the game in a way that makes sense for everybody. The DMA has the aim to preserve contestability and fairness in digital markets. And the big platforms, the designated gatekeeper platforms, are set to unveil their compliance plans. The EC, in its unique role as an enforcer, collaborates with national authorities, raising important institutional design questions. Simultaneously, the DSA also entered its implementation phase with very large online platforms and search engines submitting their initial DSA systemic risk assessment reports last year. The Commission's assessment will guide us in understanding the practical implications of these regulations. So today, for this digital platform summit, we have gathered representatives from gatekeepers, national regulators, third parties as NGOs, academics, and the European Commission. And we want to discuss very straightforward questions, but less straightforward answers. That is, what does a successful DMA and DSA implementation look like in practice? What challenges do parties face? And how can they address those challenges? And this summit closes an ambitious multi-stakeholder CERRE initiative entitled the DMA Compliance Forum, which has taken place throughout 2023. It has taken the form of a neutral and trusted platform which we have set up to facilitate dialogue among CERRE members and academics to contribute to an effective and proportionate enforcement of the regulation. And I also note with pleasure that the forum sessions were honored by the attendance from European Commission officials. And the work was organized around 3 building blocks: compliance indicators, compliance process, and the technical principles of compliance. And as a result, we are publishing this morning under the title Implementing the DMA Substantive and Procedural Principles, a series of issue papers on the DMA. These are bound together into a 150-page ebook that you can download from our website. Over the day, the CERRE team, which has authored this book, and which includes Alexandre Destrel, Marc Bourreau, Richard Feasy, Amelia Fletcher, Jan Kremer, and Giorgio Monti, they will present their papers to you, and this will be followed by panel discussions between our team and distinguished speakers. On the DSA, CERRE has come out with an influential report last year on the definitions of systemic risk, and this piece has also contributed to better understanding of systemic risk assessment. In the first panel this morning, my colleague and friend Sally Broughton-Mikova, CERRE academic director, and guests around her will delve into the lessons that were learned from, excuse me, the first 6 months of DSA compliance. They will discuss what challenges the Commission and the industry face going forward on our first panel. I should also mention at this stage that building on the success of the DMA Compliance Forum project, CERRE is currently launching a similar initiative called the DSA Compliance Forum, where we will discuss and contribute to clarify a set of crucial issues related to the implementation of the DSA. So thank you very much to all of you for joining us today, either in person or online. We have some 240 people who registered for in-person participation. Fortunately, they are not all here this morning. And we have more than 500 people who are watching us online, and that I'm very happy to welcome here also. So let's start immediately with the first keynote. It's really my great pleasure and my honor to invite to the stage and welcome again at the CERRE event Rita Wezenbeek, Director of Platform Policy and Enforcement in DG Connect of the European Commission. Rita, in your current role, you have the monumental task of overseeing the enforcement of both the DMA, the DSA, and we're looking forward to your keynote speech. Thank you.
So thank you, Bruno, and thank you for the invitation to speak. Good morning to everybody. So my main concern is that my voice lasts, but I will try to to guide you through. I mean, as I was asked a bit, to 1 year of experience in applying the DMA and the DSA. So before doing that, I would also like to thank CERRE for the extensive reports and also for the DMA report that I think is issued today. I mean, it comes at a very timely moment when we are moving from the designation to the compliance phase and the enforcement phase. And as always, it's very good to take a step back and to look at what the experts are saying about what we should do and which are the kinds of assessments and the trade-offs that we need to weigh against each other. So very helpful and very welcome. Now, we are now indeed 1 year down the line, and my directorate has over 100 staff members. We yesterday issued a call for further interest, so we hope to have another 40 to 50 people to add to the directorate. As you know, we are enforcing the DMA together with the colleagues in DG Competition, who have another 40 people. So we are currently reasonably well staffed to face the very challenging task of enforcing the DMA and the DSA. So with this period, 1 year down the line, I would like to discuss a bit with you the state of play on DMA and DSA, maybe around certain cluster topics, and also say where are we now in the compliance and enforcement, and what is the overall picture and the main challenges. So if we move then first to the DMA, now you've probably all followed it, that this started essentially beginning September with the designations of 6 gatekeepers and with the opening of 5 market investigations to assess essentially rebuttals by the gatekeepers. So 6 gatekeepers, 22 core platform services. You have all been able to read the decisions which have been published. The 4 market investigations on the rebuttals are ongoing, and we expect to be able to wrap them up quite soon. There's 1 qualitative investigation into the potential designation of iPad, and that might take a little bit longer. So my experience around this, which was focused in particular around the summer, is that the delineation of core platform services turned out not so much to be a science, but an art. It required enormous discussions, and of course discussions that mattered to gatekeepers and also to us, because if you have a different core platform service, then in particular the cross-use and combined use of data requires the consent of the user. So this means that it really is important for the business models of the gatekeepers, and this also explains why it took a lot of energy and discussion. Now, you've also seen that a number of gatekeepers thought they needed to appeal. Partially, this consideration is potentially behind that. Also, some of the appeals are more about what are the obligations that will be triggered by the designation. So we are working with our legal service to address these appeals. And as you know, there's also 1 injunction request pending. So this is the designations. On the DMA, we're also building the house as is necessary, because we're not in this for the short haul, but for the long haul. So we've published a number of formats and templates that can be used, for instance, with respect to compliance reports, also various requests, for instance, for the regulatory dialogue, for suspension, for notification of mergers, and also for profiling reports under Article 15. Now, we're setting up the procedures in the house, which is quite a challenging task, also having the registry in place and having the what we call MANPROC, the Manuel de Procédure. We have set up the advisory committee, the high-level group of experts from data protection, competition authorities. Well, I won't mention them all. We find it really important to have strategic high-level advice on the areas that are all interfaces or have interfaces with the DMA. Now, where are we now with compliance and enforcement? So the compliance discussions with the gatekeepers are ongoing in the wake of the compliance as per 7th March 2024. These discussions, as some of you in the room probably know because they participate, are also quite intense. Overall, the gatekeepers take a constructive approach, and they are making constructive proposals. We are not satisfied yet across the board. What is very important is that there will be the compliance reports that have to be handed in on the 6th of March. And for us, compliance is not a paper exercise. So it's not like filling out the format of the compliance report and then see what the Commission will do with that in due course. It concerns real work that needs to be done right here and now. And it also includes work with the third parties and the consumers. So for those of you who bothered to look at the template for the compliance report, you will have seen that it has a paragraph that requires information by the gatekeepers and details on any consultation with end users, business users, and interested parties that was carried out. in the context of the measures that are proposed, and also how the input of these third parties has been taken into account. So, of course, we are also looking for ways to address that already now, and we know, and you may have seen in the press, that certain workshops are ongoing. Sometimes we will be party to those workshops. Sometimes the gatekeepers will take it on themselves. Sometimes we will have separate meetings with third parties. So we're really making sure that this is not an exercise only between the gatekeepers and the Commission. In order to assess effective implementation, it is very much important to learn from the third parties and also from end users whether the solutions work. So so this means that on many of the issues it will not be possible to have already a clear-cut view on whether there's full compliance or not immediately on the 7th of March. It will be possible for some issues. For others it will be possible to say, listen, we agree to disagree, and we then need to take a decision on how we take it further. And for some further effort may be necessary. But as I said, the in view of third parties is very important. So this is where we are now in the compliance discussion. Then over to the Digital Services Act, and to tell you the parallel trajectory that we had to the DMA with the DSA. As you know, the DSA introduces rules and measures regarding very important societal topics. So this is about due diligence obligations for the platforms to get their house in order with respect to, for instance, the protection of minors online, tackling unsafe products, but also elements like hate speech, disinformation, and other elements of very maybe lawful but undesirable content. So there are commonalities between DMA and DSA. Both are regulatory single market instruments. There's a common enforcement inspired on Regulation 1. There's also the mutual influence on each other, and there are common themes like data protection, self-preferencing that is addressed in both of the regulations, the importance of recommender feeds, importance of the funding by online advertising. So we in DG Connect are in a very privileged position that we can see how the two legislations play out against each other. We can also draw the consequences of what is happening in one field and in another field. And in this sense, I find still a bit disappointing that if I'm in discussions with the gatekeepers or with their lawyers, and I ask questions to the DSA parties of what they're doing on the DMA and vice versa, often the people we get from one and the same company do not know what is happening in the other part of the house. Okay. So designations. Here it happened earlier, April, we designated 17 platforms as very large online platforms supervised by the Commission, 2 very large online search engines. Also, these decisions are published. So the issues were a little bit different than in the DMA. This is not a debate about core platform services. Issues like how do you count users were much more important. Also, you know, who is the provider of the service actually in Europe? Is it the global company or the often Irish company? So we designated in December, as you saw, 3 additional platforms, which are commonly called adult platforms. Also here, it was important to have a procedure to hear the relevant platform on how we went about in calculating users, because this was not based on their own assessment, and we disagreed with what they published. So here also on the very large online platforms, we have appeals by Amazon and Zalando has asked for an injunction procedure that has been partially granted, partially rejected by the President of the Court, and the Commission has appealed, so now we're before the High Court to discuss this injunction. Now, one element to highlight on DSA is the key issue of transparency. And so the kicking in of the obligations in August meant that, first of all, there needed to be, for the very large online platforms, the risk assessment. So we now know how the platforms assess their own risks, and they had to also come with mitigation measures for those risks. But at the same time, they had to hand in their content moderation decisions to the database that has been created by the Commission. So for the first time in the world, we have a massive database in Europe where all the content moderations decisions of the platforms are registered. And it's massive indeed. We had to enlarge the capacity of the database because it's already a lot. But if you want, you can check what the platforms are doing and also how it is evolving. Also, they had to publish transparency reports on the kind of decisions they took in content moderation, how many content moderators they employ, how they train their content moderators, and also their terms of reference needed to be very clear, understandable, and there's a different database of the Commission that lists all the terms of reference of the platforms. So the entry into force of the DSA meant a massive increase of transparency on what the platforms are actually doing. Now, this means there is an enormous volume of data available. My colleagues, we are still working also on a dashboard that facilitates the use of this transparency. We also had sessions with journalists, researchers, to help them and to introduce them how to use these databases. And as we speak, there is a hackathon out for the wizards on data to help the Commission and help the researchers develop tools, amongst others based on AI, to make the best use of all these data that now are available. So transparency we see as a very important element for the outside world to control the platforms and a game-changing element. Here also we are building the house, so we are setting up the cooperation with the member states' DSCs. For those of you who have followed, you may know that on the 17th of February, the DSCs will sort of take up their duties, the digital services coordinators in the member states. They will also be in charge for the smaller platforms that have not been designated as very large. But we also see them a bit as the cavalry who comes in to help the Commission, because we will work a lot together in the assessment of harm in the member states, in the provision of evidence, etc. So we have an information exchange system in place. We have incident management procedures. We also have other regulators, like the media regulators, with whom we have memoranda of understanding in place, also to exchange experience, to collect evidence, etc. Lots of things also going on to further build the house in terms of processes and delegated acts and procedures. Now, where are we there with compliance and enforcement? So, as I said, the 19th platforms handed in their first assessments of the risks. We were a bit overtaken, like the whole world, by the Hamas-Israel crisis in October, which meant that there was a flood of disinformation coming over the world and also coming over Europe. And you may have seen that Commissioner Breton immediately alerted by public letters to the CEOs of the platforms, them to their responsibility to manage disinformation. We followed up with requests for information on how they were handling this, and they replied by giving us information on their processes, on their teams, on the measures that they had taken. So also we issued a recommendation to the member states to fast track the implementation that is scheduled for February, but to already have cooperation with the to-be digital services coordinators to tackle in particular this crisis. And we are now meeting with the member states to look at this kind of disinformation. Now, we also sent additional requests for information in the framework of elections, for instance, also the protection of children, and also online markets. We are working together with the platforms in the context of elections. So teams of us were there in the context of the Slovak elections, the Dutch elections, the Polish elections. We talked with the platforms and with the national authorities to see what needed to be done to prevent the amplification, in particular, of disinformation in the context of elections. So all kinds of enforcement actions with which we wanted to make clear there's a new regulator in town and we are taking our responsibility. So we need to do two things at the same time, which is building the house, making it ready for the long term, at the same time also make clear we are there, we're tackling priorities. And one of the priorities was that we started proceedings against the platform X in December. I think many saw that coming. We are, and I think they also saw it coming. But elements of the proceedings that are now open against X are the quality and solidity of their risk assessment and mitigation measures to counter dissemination of illegal content, also their notice and action mechanisms, also to assess the measures they take to combat information manipulation, and there we look at their famous system of community notes and whether this is effective enough to tackle disinformation. Also measures to increase the transparency. So as of the entry into force in August, it is necessary that researchers have systemic access to public information, but there are issues for many platforms with the APIs or with the costs that researchers incur to have such public information. And then we're looking also at the potentially deceptive design of the blue check system that they use that could be misleading. So this shows the enforcement work is in full force. Now, all of this to show that this is not laag pour laag. We want this this legislation to have real effect for European citizens. And I think we can already see the effects. So what are we seeing, for instance, on the DMA? Well, very recently, 13th January and 15th January, Alphabet and Amazon went out to announce that they will let users decide which services they can link or unlink in terms of their data collection. So we will, of course, for all these measures, still assess whether it's sufficient for us. I mean, there are important questions on what are the consent mechanisms, are they sufficiently clear, are they not nudging people to certain effects. You've also seen that Meta has announced that if you do not give your consent, you have to pay. So you have to pay for now, I think it's 9.99 euros per month for a web subscription and 12.99 euros for an additional mobile subscription. We're looking at that together with Meta. So there are separate questions. One is this compliant under the GDPR? Another question is this compliant under the DMA? The dialogue is ongoing and we will have to see what comes. Now we have to, also on self-preferencing, there have been certain announcements, in particular by Google. Choice screens are being tested by the gatekeepers, and Facebook has announced that it wants to move to the interoperability of WhatsApp on the basis of the RCS standard. So even before the entry into force on the compliance date on the 7th of March, and rightly so, the gatekeepers are testing with their own communities and also on a wider scale whether the solutions they are proposing to us are working. We see also for the DSA that the VLOPs have announced a lot of measures. Now they may have been under your radar because to a certain extent it's changing the terms and conditions. It is also introducing, for instance, an advertising repository where we can all now see who is advertising on their platform for the good and for the bad content. Also for individual content, you can see who's advertising. There's also the compliance functions created. This is all not so revolutionary. But for instance, Meta announced recently that Instagram and Facebook will hide content about suicide, self-harm and eating disorders for children. So that is, of course, also because of the proceedings that are out in the US, but also because of the DSA. Safety and privacy for children. TikTok has announced that accounts of users below 16 years are set to private by default. So also the recommender feed of TikTok can be set on non-profiling. So there are many communications that are already there, changes that have already been made, and of course the DSA is in full force, so they should. DMA also in the wake of the compliance. So this shows that this is legislation that is there to make a difference. And we will first have to prioritize what we find most important, which is, for instance, the proceedings against X, which will also be some elements where we agree to disagree with the gatekeepers under the DMA, but we will address those. And the Commission will take time to make sure that compliance is effective. Now then the challenges. Irene would normally have spoken very much, I think, about the fact that online platform legislation is very hot and many member states want to legislate this. Now, this risks that there will be competitive or overlapping or conflicting legislation. So we regard the DSA as complete maximum harmonization in most areas. So that means that there's no place for conflicting or deviating legislation. There has been recent judgment that said clearly that if you have such type of harmonization, you cannot do that. There's another case where the Advocate General recently concluded there's no room for such legislation. So we're serious about that. Also, I mean, an obvious priority for the coming months will be how do you call it? The protection of elections, of non-biased elections. This is a very difficult task. I mean, it has procedural elements, it has elements of when is there disinformation or not. And in particular in elections, this is a very difficult call to make, but it will be a point of attention. So indeed, the work with third parties on DMA compliance will be a top priority. And also for us, it will be very important to involve the users, the consumers, who have a lot of experience in when does consent work, when do choice screens work, etc. And I'm happy that they're working with us. So many challenges. As I mentioned also, we're not alone in this. We have the member states, national regulatory authorities. We have also the civil society organizations in the DSA to help us, and third parties and consumers. So I would say it's a common challenge for all of us. Let me stop with this.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Rita. Thank you very much. I think you for this very, very comprehensive outline of what you're doing, and I think you've laid the basis for going now into more details on the issues you've addressed. I think we'll let some people come in. Sorry? Okay, fine. I'm being instructed that there are questions which can be put, so please come here. You know what I will do? Why don't you stay here? Okay. Okay, a question there. I can see how many seats we have there.
I've been told to stand up. All right.
Okay.
Matthew Newman from MLEX. Good morning. Rita, you just mentioned at the very end of your presentation that the Commission is vigilant about not having overlapping legislation in the member states. And I'm curious if you can go in a little bit more detail about your concerns with proposed legislation in France. This is the digital law that was presented last year by Minister Barrot, and I understand the Commission has sent a letter to France about this, and now the procedure is now been suspended in France. But can you elaborate a little bit on what your concerns were, and if there are any other member states that are acting in other fields that may have conflicting laws with the DSA or even the DMA? Thank you.
Yes, well, basically, Matthew, you said it all. I mean, this is an ongoing dialogue, and indeed, there has been a letter. I think the cooperation with France is very productive, and we should not forget, this is always a common element in all these dialogues, that we have the same positive objectives in mind. So it is very important to work with the member states to have common ground. At the same time, this legislation was not agreed for nothing. It was agreed by the 27 member states. It's very important to have this overarching legislation for which the platforms also can rely on the fact that the legislation is the same in all the member states. So we have a very positive dialogue with France and also with other member states that I will not name individually, but it is a point of attention, yeah.
Okay, I think we'll stop here because we are already late in the program. So thank you very much, and thank you also for accepting to substitute for Ira. And so I think you can stay on the stage, and I'll give the floor to my colleague Alexandre, who will take over and moderate the first panel. Alexandre.
I don't know. I don't know. Is it? Okay.
Rita, I'm sorry. You have to sit here, I think.
Yeah, sure.
Because on Zoom,
Choreography.
Okay, so good morning, everyone. So I'm Alexandre Strel, a co-director at CERRE, an academic director at CERRE. And so we have this first panel on the DSA, and then we will have 3 panels in the afternoon on the DMA, and then there will be a conclusion by Alberto Bacchiega, the equivalent of Rita in DG.com. So here really what I would like to do is to focus on the DMA, and I suggest we will go in that order. So first, I will ask my colleague Sally Broughton-Mikova. She's also a co-director at CERRE and a professor at the University of East Anglia, to have her view on what she's doing at CERRE regarding the DSA, and also what her view of the difficulty of enforcement. Then I will go to Benoît Loutrel, who is a board member of ARCOM, the French media and platform regulator, and the French DSC, to understand a bit better how the French authority is preparing itself for the work, and also how the cooperation among the DSC is organized. And if you want to come back on the French law, you are welcome to the French draft law. We are welcome to do that as well, but you are not obliged to do that. Then I will go to Camilla Bustani. She's a director international affairs at Ofcom, the UK media and telecom regulator, and which has also a new task now with the DSA equivalent, the Online Safety Act. And so, Camilla, I would also ask you, how do you prepare yourself for this, for the enforcement of the Online Safety Act, and also how you envisage international cooperation with the Commission and with the Digital Service Coordinator in Europe and beyond. And then I will go to Julian Rausch, who is online. Is from a foundation in Germany, and also, Julian, I will ask you, what is your first impression of the DSA enforcement? I don't know if we can see him at some point online, so it will be easier for me to moderate. And finally, I will come to Rita, who kindly take over Irene, who is ill. We have 2 persons which are ill, Irene in the morning and then Richard Fizzi in the afternoon. So thank you very much. And Rita, you will react maybe on what you have heard so far. So let's go to you, Sally. If any one of you can limit your intervention to 5 minutes, no more, so we have then a possibility to take questions. I can take questions from the room. I also can take questions online via Zoom, and so if everyone is limiting to 5 minutes, then we can have another discussion. Okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alex. Yes. So, thank you very much, Alex. I think it's a great time to be talking about this, given the deadlines coming up. As a public policy scholar, in my mind, kind of the most courageous and innovative element of the DSA are the provisions around due diligence for very large online platforms and very large online services. And it's innovative in the risk management approach to preventing harm to society and economy, right? It isn't just about individual users. The areas of systemic risk are ambitious and wide-reaching, right? So they include negative effects on all fundamental rights, on important societal institutions like electoral processes, public security, and health, as well as the negative effects on individual physical, mental health, and especially minors. So the justification for this was quite clear. These services function as public spaces, right? And that was a language that was used in the documentation that led up to the DSA. And they play essentially a systemic role in European societies because of their reach and because of the functionalities that they provide. And now the policy problems of protecting public spaces is not entirely new, okay? So mainstream media have been playing a similar role for decades, particularly broadcast media. But of course, the regulation of these public spaces and key elements of our public discourse and public understanding, they have been regulated in a very different way. They rely on editorial responsibility for balancing fundamental rights and for truth-seeking that's governed by codes of ethics, clear rules on content, such as for protection of minors or bans on hate speech and incitement, etc. Now, the systemic risk management approach in the DSA is different because it needs to be different, right? It's the kind of accountability that has been constructed in the DSA is suited to the nature of those services, right? It does mean what the DSA, in my mind, has kicked off what has got to be a continuous feedback loop of understanding risks, assessing effectiveness and mitigations, and ideally arriving pretty quickly at better protections for consumers and for society much larger. Last summer, my colleague Andrea Khalif and I published a CERRE report that was based on extensive research on this idea of systemic risk. And what we did was go back to where systemic risk has a lot of experience in financial services, right? Of course, these are very different beasts, right? But we thought there might be something useful that could be learned. And we did find a couple of points that we think could be useful. First of all, VLOPs and VLOSas, unfortunate perhaps, but I can't resist it. They're at the center of their platform ecosystems. Often these platform ecosystems are integrated with the platform ecosystems of other services, right? Other VLOPs and VLOSas, and complementers, and also actors. And all of those can be sources of risk, could also contribute to mitigation, right? So it might be important to look at these nodes. Another thing we found was that there's very high chances that services will be exposed to common sources of systemic risk. And they could be through shared reliance on assets, shared relationships with common third parties, right? Or exposure to common malicious actors like troll farms, right? And these things can be operating across platforms, or there could be about the design and the nature of the ecosystem. Other thing we found was that whereas with financial services you have a clear definition of failure, right? You can do a calculation, perhaps a complicated one, but you can arrive at what is systemic failure in financial services. There's no more money or things are collapsing, right? But we don't have such a clear benchmark when it comes to these risk areas, right? One instance of CSAM is a failure. But what exactly is a failure of civic discourse and electoral processes? There's lots of indices. There's a lot of things that we can use to arrive at that. And these benchmarks are important for understanding exactly what are the negative effects that need to be mitigated, right? What would good look like in terms of the role of digital services in these areas? So it leads us in this report to suggest some things that could be considered. First, could be considered by platforms in their assessment of risk is not just what's happening in their own ecosystem, so not just the amount of content that they're taking down and how quickly, or the robustness of their age verification systems, but also the nature of their relationships and the assets, right? Through their contracts, through functionalities that might be sources of risk, a kind of more qualitative approach of it to assessing risk. It also indicates that looking at these shared assets and interlinkages, right, at the level of users and complementers even might be useful for understanding the common sources of risk and informing cooperation on mitigation. And cooperation among the providers on mitigation is foreseen in the DSA. Right? In Article 35, 1H, it talks about initiating or adjusting cooperation with other providers of online platforms or online search engines through codes of conduct and the crisis protocols. It doesn't have to stay at the level of codes of conduct, right? And that we don't have to be only talking about existing codes of conduct. There are already lots of cooperation on CSAM, on terrorist content, code of conduct on hate speech and practice on disinformation, etc. There are these things that are good examples, and this is a process where we can be looking at that, what else is needed, right? The Commission and the DSCs are going to have an overarching picture of this, and perhaps the most powerful aspect of the DSA are the extensive information gathering and data access powers given to digital service coordinators and to the Commission. There's going to be a chance for the rest of us to have a better view on these things when the first annual reports come out. And I think civil society, academia, and civic institutions and other member state actors can play a role into feeding into the benchmarks about what is the balance of fundamental rights in risk mitigation that needs to be achieved. What would success look like in mitigating these risks, particularly the ones that are common across services, and I would argue at establishing sort of where is the level of pollution from malicious user behavior or harmful content that reaches the tipping point and constitutes a crisis, right? Like we have with climate change, right? Where is the tipping point of voter suppression and disinformation that really kills an election, right? Where is it become a crisis that then needs to activate a whole other set of protocols, right? Where is that in relation to public health and security? So the DSA foresees a lot of potential for this involvement, not just through the Article 40 data access provisions for researchers, but it directly calls on service providers to test their assumptions and involve independent experts in civil society in the conduct of research assessments and the design of their mitigations. Auditors can also use third parties as well. Now, ad hoc, this really might test the capacity of civil society and academia and independent experts. So perhaps some structuring and collectivizing inputs in priority areas might be useful. We are working now on another CERRE project with the intention of doing that. And first we're looking at civic discourse and electoral processes and going to stakeholders and trying to gather that input. And the next thing we'll be doing is relation to terrorist content. So I'll just finish saying, you know, the DSA aims for a safe and predictable online environment, but we are not living in a safe and predictable geopolitical situation or political situation at the level of member states. And the DSA has kicked off a really important learning and information and reflection process that I hope will be not just about preventing harm, but perhaps achieving the good eventually.
Thank you very much, Sally. And clearly, I mean, the systemic risk assessment that the platform now have to be done, the very large online platform have to be done, is clearly one of the key new provision, which, as Rita was saying before, will increase transparency next to the transparency report that we're mentioning. But this is a complex new animals, and I think we are all thinking of how to do it the best way. So now, Benoit, how ARCOM is preparing itself for the DSA implementation, and how you envisage the cooperation with the other DSC and the Commission.
Thank you, and thank you for inviting us today to share our experience. I guess that we are in a unique position, not because of the law, but because in France, ARCOM, the French Parliament and the French government have been grooming us for the last 5 years to be the future digital service coordinator for France, meaning that we had laws in France prefigurating the DSA, which were useful in going through the learning curve and feeding, in fact, the thinking of how to design the DSA, but also, of course, helping us getting ready. What does it mean to be a regulator of digital platforms? Because it's clearly completely different from what you do as a regulator of traditional media. So we have been developing skills in understanding how to fight misinformation, how to fight hate speech. And we are in the process now of converting all this experience in value to be, hopefully, meaningful DSCs. And it's really a transformation process. Think of a butterfly. We are converting ourselves Because looking backwards, we were the French regulator. Looking forward, we are the French player of the team of EU regulators. And it's completely different. Yesterday, we were working with platforms established in France to make sure they would comply with the French laws and to protect the French citizen. Tomorrow, as a French digital service coordinator, we may be in charge of the enforcing the DSA for a platform like Yubo. Yubo is a small social network with a great success with teenagers speaking English. And as you can imagine, they are not based in France because our teenagers speak French. So typically, we will enforce maybe the DSA on Yubo to the benefit of other EU citizens who happen to speak English, or even non-EU citizens. And so that's really something new. It means that all the digital service coordinator will be working to the benefit of all European citizens. So it's a complete change of mindset. We used to be national regulators working in silos in our countries. We are going to work collectively. If tomorrow in Estonia, because they are really good in digital stuff, they are more efficient in taking advantage of Article 39, which creates a database of advertisement, to identify the public health issue. Maybe we want to send this information quickly everywhere in the network so that all DSCs reach out to the Ministry of Health in their respective member state to do the same thing, to replicate. So it's really a major change of how we operate as regulators. We are really a team, and there is a captain in the team. Happened to be on my right. So that's really something which is major. To make it concrete, we used to work on disinformation. We issued a recommendation to the platform how to fight disinformation. The EU Commission set up the code of practice on fighting disinformation. We were working in parallel tracks. We are in the process of merging the tracks. The Commission will soon convert the code of practice maybe in a code of conduct, and we are only now working saying, okay, how can we participate in the monitoring of whether this code is being implemented in France? How can we mobilize everybody to understand, is it effective? How can we participate in sending back the information to the EU level to have a better dynamics? And we are already seeing that this thing happen. And I think that, as you know, as it was said, the law which will convert it in a DSC is under discussion with the French Parliament and with the Commission. But as far as I know, the articles designating ARCOM as a and CNIL as a competent authorities and the DDCCRF also have been approved by both chambers of the Parliament and are not raising any issue. And we have been requested by the French government to move in a prefiguration phase and already start implementing the DSA. So we are already working with the Commission following the recommendation that was issued in December to actually start the implementation, although we don't have the enforcement power. But initially, you don't need the enforcement power because it's a sectoral regulation. The bulk of the value will come from working with industry. I'm sure that enforcement will be needed, but enforcement will not bring the success. And I think that's something interesting. It's an interesting question at this point. How do we collectively define the success of the DSA? Yes, enforcement will be needed, but the success, it's a sectoral regulation, will come from the fact that with the DSA, we will work together, the network of regulators, with industry, to deliver a better world, a safer digital world, and that we will construct collectively something. And it's something, I guess it's important because we realize that we have together to align ourselves. Is it working? Hello? Yeah. To align ourselves on shaping the expectation of what is the success of the DSA. We have a lot of discussion with stakeholders in France, media, NGOs, government, member of parliament, and what is a success? Some people are telling us the success will be coming by putting fines. We say no. Maybe we'll put fines, the Commission will put fines, we'll do it maybe also, but fines are not a criteria of success, rather a criteria of failure. Success comes through compliance. Success comes the fact that we are really changing how we operate. Other people are telling us that success means that hate speech will disappear, that online harassment will disappear. No. Hate is part of our society. The DSA doesn't have the power to prevent wars in Ukraine or wars in Israel, but the DSA has the power to empower us to be in a position to deal efficiently with those crises. And we are already seeing the benefit. Yesterday, we called a meeting, I guess like a proto-DSC or as a former French regulator, or both, to prepare the upcoming Olympic Games. We had 15 NGOs, some of them were trusted flaggers under the old self-regulation scheme, and good candidates maybe to be trusted flaggers under the DSA looking forward. We had 10 departments of the French government. We had 10 platforms, and everybody, we were already in a DSA mode. We were acting as a coordinator, helping everybody to understand who is doing what, how do we get ready to deal with all the information disorders that we are going to see on the side of the Olympic Games. And the spirit had changed. Clearly, we realized that the platform were more engaged because, and very interestingly, the vocabulary had changed. And it was the vocabulary of the DSA. People were discussing risk. We have identified the risk that athletes are going to be harassed. And they were using really this vocabulary. Identify risk, mitigation measure, and it was clear the platform had in mind that they will have to be accountable under the DSA scheme on how they would behave during the Olympic Games. So I think that we have clearly the condition for success, condition to accelerate, because we are seeing also all the other DSCs across Europe starting mobilizing each other. We have started informal groups where we have reading groups. We take the article of the DSC and say, okay, let's read Article 40. Do we all have the same reading? Where do we have misunderstanding? Where should we work with the Commission to clarify things? So the dynamic are really incredible. And hopefully, I guess, we will manage to accelerate in the coming year by building, following the Commission, the leadership of the Commission, a shared vision for the implementation of the DSA and to have a shared strategy. Thank you for reminding me that I should conclude.
Thank you very much, Benoit. It's always fascinating to listen to you. And so clearly, I mean, this idea of cooperation with the regulated firm, cooperation with the other DSC is absolutely key. But can I just ask you one follow-up question and playing the devil advocate here? Because, I mean, this is clearly not what we have seen in the context of the GDPR enforcement, okay? And so my question is, why do you think here that would be different?
I think GDPR is a great text. The US, who are lacking something equivalent to protect privacy, are clearly saying they need something equivalent to GDPR. But we have also learned from the GDPR experience. And I guess... Yes, the mic. Yeah, no, you're grabbing the antenna. Okay. This is antenna? Okay. What can I say? I used to be in telecommunication regulation. Don't laugh.
Can we see Julian on the screen?
Sorry, I guess we have learned a lot from the GDPR experience, and having this architecture where the VLOPs are under the supervision of the Commission, having the Commission as a member directly of the network at the center, is clearly creating an incredible dynamics. And at the same time, we all feel the pressure to organize the success of the DSA. So I guess in our case, we started traveling to Brussels to discuss with the Commission, saying we want to do something different, we want to work with you, we are not competing with the Commission, we just want to be, for them to be useful. We traveled to Dublin. We had an incredible welcome from the Irish regulator, and we really see this dynamic everywhere. And the governance allows us to really work together because we have this shared center with this commitment from the Commission and the great work which is being done on the VLOPs. That makes an incredible difference. I guess the other thing also is that in GDPR, you remember GDPR is a one-size-fits-all, one rule for everybody, which is tricky. The DSA, you have 5 sizes, and this XXXL size, VLOPS, which is really useful also, which makes sense. And we will focus on that initially because that's the success of the DSA lies mainly in the success of the VLOPS part. That's why it's really on the top of our priority. We will do what is required from us as national regulators to enforce it also on smaller platforms. But we hear from everybody in France that we are expected to support the work of the Commission on the VLOPS regulation.
Okay, thank you very much. And that's why also our DSA compliance forum that Bruno announced this morning would be useful. First, to help this kind of cooperation and also to check the enforcement. Camilla, now, how Ofcom is preparing for the OS, the Online Safety Act, because we are still used to the OSB, but OSA, and also this cooperation with the European authorities, the national regulator in the European Union, but also beyond.
Thank you very much, Alex. So the UK is not part of this particular party on the DSA, but we have a very similar party. We like to say that the Online Safety Act is a cousin of the DSA, sort of genetically related, not entirely identical. And we've been working on preparing for it for a few years. We were lucky enough to be funded to start preparations well before the legislation took effect. And over the last sort of 2 to 3 years, we have hired about 350 people, which is quite a lot. We've done over 100 pieces of research as part of our building of an evidence base for identifying harms and for populating the documents that I'll soon mention. And also, we have been the regulator for video sharing platforms under the Audiovisual Media Services Directive, which took effect in the UK just before we left the EU. And that has been an incredibly valuable learning experience, something like a pilot in some ways of regulating online platforms. So we've been preparing through that, and the experience we've obtained through that has been incredibly useful in informing our approach under the Online Safety Act. The Act itself requires us to still publish over 40 pieces of guidance, codes of practice, registers, reports, advice, statements, research. So we're going to be busy for the next few years. And we've already started. Once the Act came into effect last autumn, within a few weeks we published about 1,800 pages worth of consultation documents. This is only the first tranche of 3 tranches of consultation documents that we are planning to publish. This one focused on the approach to risk assessment and dealing with illegal harms. And there will be more in the spring focusing on the protection of children. And then later on transparency, obligations, user empowerment. So that's sort of what we've done in the UK so far. We haven't really done it in isolation, though. It's been really important for us from the very start to be in dialogue with other people around the world who are grappling with the same challenges. And it's not just the EU, it's around the world. Because obviously the internet doesn't have borders. It's the same companies, the same business models, the same types of challenges, even if our regimes are not identical. And stakeholders have been really begging us to not work in isolation. So one of the first things we hear when we meet with stakeholders with the platforms is, are you talking to Europe? Because they know the DSA is coming, they know the OSA is coming, and they don't want to have to build 2 different systems. In fact, we don't want them to have to build 2 different systems either, because it's costly and will create more compliance friction. And if you have compliance friction, you have less chances of getting compliance. And as Benoit said, our objective is compliance. So it's really important for us to work together with all of the emerging regimes, the EU for sure, as it's the most mature, but also the Australians, who are the first online safety regulatory regime, and others that come in our wake. And for us as regulators, it's really critical because we want to avoid allowing the creation of regulatory arbitrage opportunities, forum shopping opportunities, things which will undermine all of our collective objectives. We also think that if we cooperate in the early stages, cooperating in the design of the regimes and how we approach our powers, will make it easier for us to carry on the dialogue as these regimes mature, and also to compare outcomes and to be able to draw conclusions on things that work and things that don't, and to draw lessons which benefit all of us. I think it's important to remember that this is very, very new for everyone. It's obviously new for platforms, many of which have never been regulated before, and who don't know what it means to have a relationship with a regulator. We shouldn't underestimate the importance of that big leap that they have to take. But also, it's a big leap for us as regulators, because the form of regulatory interaction, regulatory relationship that we have to develop with the platforms is very different from what we are used to having. Ofcom has regulated telecoms companies for 20 years. This is different. And the nature of this relationship has been compared to financial services regulation, as we've heard. We call it a sort of supervisory relationship. It means that we don't just set a rule, monitor compliance, wait for someone to report a breach, slap a fine, move on. This is an ongoing dialogue, because actually, in some respect, it's not really a compliance framework, it's a do the right thing framework, right? So the bar that companies have to meet is going to be continually shifting, because their commercial models will be continually shifting, the technology will be continually shifting, the types of harms will be evolving. And so that requires a sort of sustained conversation, sustained dialogue with platforms. That's new for us. It'll be new for Arcom, it'll be new for the Commission, and I think it's really in our collective benefit to share our experience of how that works, and also share the kinds of things that we're being told by platforms about what is possible, because we don't want them to be telling us that they can't do something, but then someone else has managed to persuade them to do it. Ultimately, we're all trying to achieve the same objectives. So I mentioned earlier that the regimes are genetically related. This is a really important point for us. They sort of share a common architecture. They're all based on this concept of platforms taking responsibility for the choices that they make in designing their products and services, rather than just simply taking responsibility for complying with a set of rules. And that is structurally really different from previous regimes. And what it means is that the regulatory tools that derive from that architecture will be common to all of us. So even though our regimes are different in terms of scope, in some respects, in terms of the types of harms that we're focusing on, both of our regimes, the EU and the UK, share the same regulatory tools. Transparency is fundamental. The concept of a risk assessment and an audit, concepts like researcher access. These are incredibly powerful tools, and we need to work together to develop them, because they are new for us also. So I guess the question is, how do we cooperate? There are a number of ways. So one way is continuing the bilateral relationships that we've always had with our regulatory counterparts in the EU, even though we're not in the EU anymore. We have a very, very strong dialogue with Arcom, for example. We will continue that. We have just passed in the UK a statutory instrument that empowers Ofcom to share information with a list of established online safety regulators. That list will grow as new regulators come online. And I think that information sharing will be a really critical way of allowing us to cooperate and share experiences. We also have, we don't have the DSC network, the board, unfortunately, but we jointly launched with the Australian E-Safety Commissioner, with the Fijians, and with the Irish about a year and a half ago, the Global Online Safety Regulators Network. Bit of a mouthful. GOSRN, also a bit of a mouthful. But the idea is that we want to bring together all of the emerging regimes as they come on board, and to try to sort of organize ourselves around this concept that I mentioned earlier, this idea of platforms taking responsibility for the choices they make in the design of their products and services. If we can promote this sort of common architecture, then we don't really have to worry that much about the fact that there will inevitably be differences in the normative standards that apply around the world to reflect differences in political and cultural needs and sensitivities. But if we have the same architecture, then we will have the same kind of set of regulatory tools, and we will have something really to work together on developing. It's also worth mentioning that unlike in the sectors we are used to regulating, a lot of work has been taking place over the last 5 to 10 years in multi-stakeholder fora, by academia, by civil society, and other researchers. And it's really important that we tap into that work. And participating in the dialogues, in these multi-stakeholder dialogues, is another route for us to cooperate internationally and help to make our regimes compatible and aligned over time. And finally, and this is a bit of a strange thing coming from a regulator, but we've also seen, especially in the last sort of year or two, a number of law firms and compliance consultancies pop up who are focused on advising these platforms on how they make sense of these different regimes. And we should be open to talking to them as well, because they're going to be on the coalface of compliance. And if we want to ensure that they take a common approach, that companies are taking a common approach, then it's in our interest to speak to them as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So it's interesting because from what we hear so far, I mean, there is quite a consensus of first that the law has all those laws are process-based and ensure that the platform take responsibility for the system, that this is requiring a transformation for the regulators and a lot of cooperation. And so I think those are three lines which are important. Now, Julian, let's go to you. We have seen that the civil society has an important role also to play in the system. So how do you see the challenge of enforcing the DSA and what you have heard so far from the panel?
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me. Much appreciated. Yes, I actually want to pick up on exactly those points that were raised by my speakers here on the panel, and maybe add a couple of things on each point. So the first thing that I was really encouraged to hear from Benoit, from Camila, from Rita, was that there are plans for cooperation. There are plans for dialogue and information exchange. I think this it's absolutely crucial. It's very necessary. So that's great to hear. I would add to that, or emphasize maybe, because it also came up. It's not just the regulators. It is also research and civil society, as Sally and Camilla mentioned. In addition to that, is also platforms and users themselves, right? That have a role in DSA enforcement. Platforms can voluntarily work on codes of conduct, which I think it's necessary to also include other stakeholders. And platform users themselves should also not be forgotten. With the complaint mechanism that the DSA foresees, they have really a big role to play in helping regulators identify potential systemic infringements. Obviously, not every individual complaint will show that, but the bulk of them might. So what that means for me is that you would really need in the future some sort of community of practice for DSA enforcement. Regulators, researchers, civil society, as was mentioned, but I would add to that also platforms and users. The second point here, when you think of this community of practice, it needs money. It's a bit of a standard phrase, but it is, again, very encouraging to hear that this is already happening. Regulators are hiring people, they are growing. But we need to ensure, I think, that this happens across the EU and, again, going beyond regulators, not just focusing on the authorities, but also looking how can academic institutions, civil society organizations play their role, play their part in DSA enforcement. And that only works if they have enough staff and enough resources to do that. There's a bunch of different roles for civil society regarding the risk assessment, code of conduct, advising very large online platforms, acting as trusted flaggers. Those are important tasks, but also costly tasks. So I think it will be very helpful to think about new ways of funding as some sort of joint or pooled fund for DSA enforcement where different types of money sources come into, and also help consumers play their part in DSA enforcement. That means telling them about their rights, telling them about the opportunities the DSA provides for them, but also the limitations. And I would really concur with what has been said earlier. The DSA will not solve hate speech or disinformation online or offline. Those are limits that tech regulation can have. But being open about that, about the opportunities and the limitations, is really crucial. And the last part here, even if you have this community of practice, even if you have a community of practice with enough resources and staff, I do think it's crucial to keep in mind the core goal of the DSA. And this has already been mentioned multiple times today, so I really just want to emphasize it. I think Rita mentioned it, and Benoit and Sally as well. It's about empowerment. Platform users are supposed to be empowered as consumers, as citizens in digital spaces. And I guess what I'm trying to say here is that the DSA is not in place for its own sake. It is in place to ensure this goal. And this potentially, maybe, hopefully not, can get lost if there's bureaucratic hurdles, if there's political bickering. So maybe two things to consider to prevent that from happening and to look at that goal is, one, emphasize risk assessment and particularly risk mitigation measures. I'm going back to what Sally said at the very beginning. I think it's a crucial piece of the DSA, because this is what consumers will feel in their everyday lives and see in their everyday lives when they go online, whether risks that they might encounter are mitigated online. And this is not easy. This has been mentioned, like there's a lot of balancing that's necessary between different risks, different fundamental rights. You need to define red lines for regulators and platforms. It's a tricky task, but it's an important one because, again, could be a very practical effect that users feel when thinking about the DSA. And lastly, also on thinking about the goal of the DSA, I would encourage already looking at the evaluation. And this might be a little bit early because enforcement hasn't even started in earnest yet. But the evaluation will come in a couple years' time, and I think it's important to look back at these early months, early years of enforcement, see what works, what doesn't work, what rules are maybe good, and which ones are maybe basically transparency for transparency's sake, and they don't actually help people. And then be bold in also changing the rules if necessary, if the evaluation shows that in a couple years' time, to make changes to the DSA. So this is kind of the outlook that I wanted to provide. And again, thanks for all this excellent input, which I was really happy to be able to listen into. And it was great ideas. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Julian, and thanks also for bringing those two additional points, which are absolutely key. First, it's the end goal of all of this, and the DSA, the DMA, is user autonomy, user empowerment, and in a way, to regain the early promises of the internet, which to some extent have been lost on the way. So I think that's very, very true. And on evaluation, I couldn't agree more. I mean, a good evaluation is an evaluation that you prepared already know. Not only, for them to know what kind of indicators you will collect and all those kind of things. So this is really something which is important and on which CERRE wants to contribute. Now, I think Rita is out for a while, so I will take some question if there is in the room on what you have heard, or also online, if you can ask your question via Zoom. But I don't know if some of you have, I have plenty of questions, but I first prefer to give the priority to the user. Yes, Benoit, please, if you wanted to react. Yep.
I'm holding it fine. Not the antenna. I just wanted to react to what Julian said, because really the funding issue is really important. I guess we have started, of course, all of us doing a legal reading of the DSA. But we should also be having an economic reading of the DSA, because some functions have an economic model, others don't. regulators, they have an economic model. They are funded by the government. It's requested by the text. Trusted flaggers don't have an economic model. A trusted flagger is a cost. So we will have to build the economic model. We will have to organize the funding of the trusted flaggers and see how we can get public money, private money, civil society money to fund the trusted flaggers. Article 40 is extremely important, access to data, but research has to be funded. So, and the DSA is not a budgetary law. It cannot be everything. We have budgetary laws at EU level, at member state level, and we will need to act on it and put together the funding. And I could not agree, but you said it already on the evaluation. We know that we are going to face crazy challenges. How do we create trust in this digital world? How do we face information disorders? And the platform will continue what they've been good at doing, test and try, A/B testing. They will propose remedies, and we'll have to evaluate them, and then have the feedback loop. So we definitely, the evaluation and the participation of the academics and the civil society to have this feedback loop.
Okay, I have one question online for you also. Could you please tell us more about the informal grouping between the national DSC or proto-DSC to work on particular element of the text of the new law?
Well, I guess it's official. You have the recommendation of the EU Commission that was issued following the Israel crisis, requesting all member states to start the future DSC to start the work in a prefiguration mode. So in most countries, the law is not approved yet, but in many cases, the institution knows that they are in the process of being designated, so you can start working on that basis. And we have done what regulators have always been doing. You have meetings with the Commission, and then you have working groups. So we started this work of just creating a shared vision, because it's really important here. You have this change of the issue is with my left hand. Usually, you have the regulators, and below them, the regulatee, the TV stations, the telecommunication operators. Here, and then you have on the parallel the French regulators, the French regulatee, the German regulators, the German regulatee, etc. Here, with the VLOPs, you have the French regulator, the Greek regulator, the Dutch regulator, and on top of us, we have the VLOPs. We have the same players. They are unique. So we really have to reach a level of having a shared reading of the DSA, a shared vision of how we operate within the DSA, even more importantly than we had in other sector, other regulation. So we basically have reading groups where we have sending our expert as we hire them. In some cases, I'm really impressed by how the future DSCs have already taken on their responsibility with very limited resources in many cases at this point to get ready and get this shared understanding so that immediately, we have not reached this symbolic date in February, but we are already implementing the DSA.
Okay, and as I understand, there are some subgroup on the DSA working on specific issues.
Specifically, I can
prepare.
We took the responsibility of putting together the group on trusted flagger. So, but everybody is participating. We are just the one taking the notes of what is the conclusion of the group. Where do we have a shared understanding? Where do we have questions to share with the Commission? That's one example. You have another one on Article 40, which is a priority, and we will create them as we move forward, and at the end, all the DSA will be covered. And at the same time, we are doing the same work on a national basis, because of course, and all the future proto-DSCs are doing the same work, having early contact with the industry and get their question. So in our case, in partnership with DGCCRF, our partner for the marketplaces, we had meetings with association of marketplace in France to exchange with them, saying, okay, what is your reading of the DSA? Where do you have questions? And this work, which is being done in each country, feeds the discussion at the EU level and vice versa.
Thank you. We are about to close, so I don't know if there is one last question in the room. I had one online, but that was for Rita, but maybe you know, but I mean, I'll leave it to you also. If the public version of the risk assessment will be published, do you know that, Benoit, if some publication are foreseen, and also whether we will have any guidance from the regulatory authority on this?
I guess we are all dying to read the risk assessment. In the process of the DSA, this is the initial year, so you have to kickstart the system. It will come in the future. But I think that platform can take the initiative, and I think platforms should consider just publishing the risk assessment. At this point, nothing will happen, except that we'll start the discussion with them. It's positive. I know it must have been so stressful to issue the first risk assessment, but in 1 year from now, everybody will have seen the risk assessment of the other, and it will be normal to discuss it. Let me make this call.
In this cooperative approach that you're calling for. So thank you very much for the panelists here and online. So now we have a lunch break. I mean, it's relatively short because we have a packed day, as we know. So we will reconvene at 1:40 precisely with two keynote, one by Martijn Snoep, the chair of the ACM, the Dutch authority, and then another one by Gryllos from the Court of Justice, because we know that those cases have been mentioned. So we are also interested to know how the court may approach those issues. So 1 hour, we have 1 hour and 10 minutes to eat. So see you at 1:40 here.
Okay, so great to see that the room is still pretty full, so that's fantastic. And if you stayed, I think you did well. It's a very good idea, because now we have the privilege to listen to Martijn Snoep, who is the chair of the ACM, which is the Dutch regulatory authority, multi-sector, in charge of, if I remember, you'll speak under your control, of telecom, of energy, of consumer protection, of competition. Did I forget anything? Public transportation. I knew I missed one, so, okay. Anyway, so Martin will speak to us for some 15 minutes, and then we'll take a few questions. Thank you, Martin.
Yes, thank you very much, and thank you very much to CERRE for inviting me and give the perspective of a national authority. I think what is for us particularly interesting is that the digital regulations, the DMA and the DSA, add to our current toolbox of consumer protection, of competition. I think those are the most two important elements relevant for this audience, and that expands our possibilities to address the major issues that our societies are facing. So the ACM, as a competition authority, is obviously responsible for the DMA, for the national authorities' DMA part, which is relatively limited, and is likely to be the national regulatory authority under the DSA, under the DGA, and under the DA. We haven't been appointed yet, so you never know what's happening within Parliament, but for now we work on the assumption that we will be the designated regulator in all those areas. For now, I'm focusing obviously in the context of this conference on the DMA and the DSA, and the first thing which I think we as the ACM were extremely grateful for is that our government provided us, reasonable, sufficient budget, and I know a lot of regulatory authorities around Europe are struggling with that, but we are happy with which I think a generous government, an Indian taxpayer that gave us ample means to enforce these new digital regulations. We have been allocated 7 people for the DMA, which is obviously, given our limited role in the DMA, makes sense, and 50 people for the DSA. And to some of you, 50 may seem, you know, a significant amount for a country the size of the Netherlands, and that may be true, but bear in mind that after Ireland, the Netherlands is one of the most attractive venues, one of the most attractive locations for pan-European digital platforms. So we are hosting the headquarters of a number of very large online platforms and non-very large online platforms like Booking, Snap, Alibaba, Uber, Just Eat It, Katawiki, and a few others. So I thought I use these 15 minutes to take you with, you know, first, what are we going to do, actually, with all those people? We don't have all the people yet, but we have budget for it. What are the key issues that we are facing? And most importantly, what can people in the Netherlands expect from us? So our focus, our 2024 focus on the DMA is, and of course this is all crystal ball glazing, so we don't know exactly what's happening, but if we already received some signs that it is likely that we will need to handle a great number of complaints about non-compliance, and because we believe and we anticipate that the threshold for complainants to go to the national regulator is significantly lower than go to the European Commission. Obviously, we need to develop the relationship, and we have the relationship with the Commission on what to do with the complaints, whether or not to do a preliminary investigation, and that's a relationship that will start to develop, bearing in mind that we have only 7 people. Second, we will support the Commission in its own investigations, either as the local support team as being provided under the DMA Act, or in joint investigative teams. And I think this is a new model that we developed together with the Commission based on financial supervision regulation, where we are actually working in joint teams with the European Commission. And at this moment, 2 out of those 7 people are working with the Commission on in teams on DMA matters. The role of the national authorities around Europe is going to develop. I think rightly so, the core emphasis under the DMA has been so far on the European Commission, but we anticipate that the national authorities, you know, need to step up and will become more visible along the way. And to that end, the European Competition Network, all the regulatory authorities, competition authorities involved in the DMA, will organize an event together as a conference focused on the business opportunities that the DMA creates. We will host the event in the Netherlands. It will take place in June, so we will send out save the dates relatively soon, and we hope also of a really pan-European discussion with business users, with gatekeepers, with academics, with consultants and lawyers, also focusing on the role of the national competition authorities within the DMA context. So more on that space later. On the DSA, our priorities are different. Of course, it's a different animal. The role of the national authority is also different. So we have kind of decided on a few key issues. I think in the context and also in the spirit of what was being discussed before the lunch break, the focus is even more on compliance. And compliance means obviously regulatory dialogue, but also giving guidance. And to that end, tomorrow we will publish a first draft of DSA guidelines, written from the perspective of a national authority. And it's not going to be the final set of document, but it is really to start a public debate on further guidance on the obligations under the DSA. It's not comprehensive, it's not, but it is a first step, because general guidance is going to be crucial in order to make the DSA a success. Second element is handling complaints. You know, we don't know exactly how many complaints we are going to receive, but if you look, for example, at our consumer protection desk, we receive over 100,000 complaints per year, and that, you know, that is likely to expand significantly under the DSA. So part of the 50 people will also be entrusted with the task to handle these complaints. We have a big help desk for consumers that consumers can reach by phone, by email, by WhatsApp, and we are now training people to also handle DSA-based complaints. The compliance focus and the enforcement focus will be targeted particularly at the consumer, at the end user. And more specifically, we will have a strong emphasis on marketing targeted at minors, obviously misinformation and illegal content, and what we call informally bad hosters, of which there are allegedly quite a few in the Netherlands. An important element of this compliance framework, and is something that has been discussed already several times, it's setting up a regulatory dialogue. And we intend also to set up this dialogue mainly with the non-very large online platforms and the very large online platforms that are based in the Netherlands. And that dialogue, we're now really in the initial phase, and is an important element in creating that culture of compliance that is necessary to make the DSA a success. And then finally, we have also certification tasks, and that is very new for our authority. So we need to certify trusted flaggers, vetted researchers, and out-of-court dispute settlement bodies. We don't know how many will knock on our door and how that actually will, but it might be quite sizable. We're now thinking, probably, to give you a bit of a perspective, likely 15 trusted flaggers that we will need to certify during the first year, 5, maybe more, maybe less, we don't know, vetted researchers, and a couple of out-of-court dispute settlement bodies. We need to invent the wheel here, because this is a new task. It's also new in Europe. So together with the other digital service coordinators, we need to find a good way to process applications for certification. So what are the key issues that we are facing? This is what we are going to do. What are we going to face, what we believe? I think the big challenge here, also been discussed many times before, is we need to focus on compliance rather than fines. And that is something that that is important, and also important to repeat all the time. Also important to manage expectations of the public. You know, if we are rated by the public on number of fines and the level of the fines that we are going to impose, we are doing something wrong. So that's why we communicate clearly and loudly right from the beginning that this new structure is about compliance, is about a long-term change in the market from where we are now. And what is important here is that we shift the focus, or do not fall in the trap of legal compliance. This is about effective compliance. This is about what is really happening in the market, and are consumers sufficiently protected in real life. And that's going to be an iterative process. We will not get it right right away. And I'm sure that the companies who are subject to the regulation will not get it right away, right from the start. So that requires an open relationship towards a common goal, and the common goal is effective compliance. What is second important, that is a challenge for all the regulators, is to mitigate the information and resource asymmetry between the public bodies and the companies. So that requires, and that's also something that we're doing, and we're not unique in that, staff training on technologies and business models so that people really understand, or to the extent possible from a regulator's perspective, what's happening on the market, and do not fall in the trap to look at it at a lens only from a legal point of view. Second, what is important is that right from an early stage, we get the involvement of business users, of consumer organizations, outside experts, civil society, and the proverbial wisdom of the crowd. And that is also one of the reasons why we started, or why tomorrow we will publish our draft guidelines in order to attract people and people's wisdom and create a stakeholder field with a diverse stakeholder field with many people. And then finally, what is important is that we share knowledge and experience, both with national regulators, other national regulators. We do not have a monopoly on regulatory enforcement, and also with regulators outside the Netherlands. It's not time for each regulator to reinvent the wheel. We need to use our resources efficiently. This cross-regulator enforcement is a priority of the agency. In the Netherlands, we set up the cooperation platform for digital regulators. In our case, because we already have quite a lot of competencies, it is a platform where we work together with the Privacy Authority, the Media Regulator, and the National Security Agency for the digital market. And together, we created this forum and exchange ideas, knowledge, and we have at different levels, we interact with each other. So we have regular meetings at the board level between these four agencies. And then second, we set up separate chambers where we involve even more regulators in the Netherlands around certain topics, whether that is the DSA as a specific topics where we need to coordinate with other regulators as well. Think about the regulator, for example, responsible for the gaming industry in the Netherlands. We set up around certain topics on AI is one of those chambers, and that is run by the Privacy Authority. A final step in that coordination, so regular meetings, knowledge sharing, and alignment of enforcement actions. Second, chambers around more specialized topics. And the third is not what we are now exploring, is whether we can come to a sort of cross-regulator account management. So where the four regulators jointly set up regular meetings with repeat players located in the Netherlands. This requires probably or waivers by companies. It requires cooperation and trust among the regulators. But we believe as regulators that it is important for the businesses to have a sort of one-stop shop model where they have the key regulators at the same table. And on the other hand, it avoids that the companies are able to play the different regulators out against each other. No, it's always, as a parent, I can say nothing is more important that the parents are aligned, and that's the same with the regulators. So there come to the final point. What can people expect? And I think that is an important task, particularly for the national regulator, to communicate to the public. There is making digital markets work better for people and businesses is complicated and will take time. I repeat this phrase all the time, so that's why this is kind of my mantra also in explaining within the Netherlands what people can expect. And there is a huge risk that regulators overpromise and underdeliver. And that it will not end well. But at the same time, underpromise and underdeliver is not much better. So where we are, I think regulators like the ACM should just promise and deliver with some aspiration. And so that is where we are. Moderate amount of aspiration, because without aspiration, there is no hope. That's where we are. We do that based on a rule of thumb. And it's not scientifically vetted, but it is a rule of thumb. And the rule of thumb is that 80% of the businesses generally want to comply with the law. You know, they may need some guidance, they may need a little encouragement, but by and large, you know, they will want to comply. 15% of the businesses, you know, are maybe a bit opportunistic. They wait until the regulator takes enforcement action and then comply. And 5% of the business, you know, they will continue to violate the law no matter what the regulator does. No reason not to go after those businesses. It's always important, but this is, I think, the landscape. And that also means that Dutch citizens and businesses are they cannot, they shouldn't expect to wake up at some time in 2024 and 2025 in a brand new world where all markets are contestable and fair and all online platforms are safe spaces with level playing fields for everyone. That is not going to happen. It's something that we aspire, but that we'll continue to aspire. Dutch citizens may expect from us that there are significant steps towards compliance by the relevant companies in the Netherlands, that it's effective compliance, and they can expect that the ACM as a regulator is ready to push this level of compliance further in the years to come. That is the message that we want to bring to the Dutch people, and for which they generously gave us a budget to make that promise clear. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Martin. The purpose of this event is basically to try to make two pieces of complex regulation a bit more clear. And I want to thank you for having contributed to that with an extremely, if you allow me to say, pedagogical presentation. So we are already a bit late, so I'll just take one question. Is there one question? At the back there, the gentleman. Can you give him a mic? Can you give your name, please, and your organization?
Sure. Alexander Robert from the European Advertising Standards Alliance. Thank you for this presentation, very interesting. You have mentioned trusted flaggers and out-of-court dispute settlements. These tools will be important, of course. You have also mentioned the guidelines, the draft guidelines that will be released apparently tomorrow. I was wondering, at Dutch level, but also if you have an answer, which I'm not sure, also at EU level, will there be guidance on these mechanisms? On the conditions, on the requirements? Some of them are already in the DSA, but they still need some further guidance, most likely. So, yeah, thank you for any answer you may have.
Thank you.
Yeah, I do not know whether whether further guidance will be issued by the European Commission or by other regulators, and I think this is typically one of those areas where we need to develop the relationship. So I would, without putting the ball back into your hands. Please read our draft guidelines. If you think there is room for further improvement on one or more topics, that is definitely something that we take on board. We have a long experience in the Netherlands with providing guidelines in an iterative process. So we'll first issue draft, then we do a second, sometimes a second draft, sometimes a third draft. We publish guidelines, and a year later, additional guidelines. So we see this as an ongoing process in a dialogue with the market. So your input in that dialogue is extremely valuable.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Martijn, for this contribution. Thank you again. Before calling the next speaker, I want to say that there are 3 or 4 or 5 seats there on this block, so please do not stay, do not stand. So, as you know, what we want to do today is also to provide you with the largest possible number of perspectives from the various institutional players who are going to be involved. So we're very grateful this afternoon to a friend, Georgios Gryllos from the Court of Justice, to come and talk to us about DMA compliance and process, and also about the output indicators. So, Georgios, the floor is yours, please.
For the process, I will try. For the output indicators, I'm not so sure, but let us see. Now, thank you very much for this opportunity to deliver some personal remarks in relation to judicial review within the context of the Digital Markets Act. And I would like to ask for your understanding, therefore, if my remarks sound a little bit more theoretical and abstract compared to the excellent presentations we had up to now, I will try to make them as concrete as possible. So, for the purposes of my remarks, I would divide judicial activity in 2 parts. The first is the competence, it includes the competence of the Court of Justice to deliver preliminary rulings. And in that capacity, the Court of Justice may interpret primary and secondary EU law, but also review the validity of secondary EU law, which includes, of course, the DMA, and relates potentially to any EU law provision that might be applicable in a case before a national court. The second part of judicial activity includes the competence of the General Court and, on appeal, of the Court of Justice to review the legality of secondary EU law. In that capacity, the General Court and the Court of Justice may interpret, but also apply EU law in the context of direct actions for annulment of acts adopted pursuant to the DMA. Now, let me just stop here briefly and say that so far as the review of legality of the DMA itself is concerned, we should bear in mind that the legal basis of the DMA, Article 114 of the treaty, affords considerable discretion to the legislature in order for the latter to make political and economic choices, which it has made in the DMA. That said, those choices must always be based on objective criteria that are appropriate to the aims pursued according to the constant case law of the Court of Justice. And they must be proportionate in the broad sense of this term as it is further explained in the case law. So far as review of legality of acts adopted on the basis of the DMA, pursuant to the DMA, those include, as of course you know, designation decisions, decisions on non-compliance, decisions ordering interim measures, further specification decisions, if any, and so on and so forth. I would like now to focus on the 3 interpretation methods applied by the General Court and the Court of Justice routinely in order to carry out their task. First, we have the wording of a provision. Second, the context legislative and regulatory, of which the provision forms part. And third, the purpose, the aim that is pursued by that provision. Now, all three methods of interpretation are underpinned by, in my submission, by one basic principle, that an act like the DMA imposes obligations that function as limitations to the freedom to conduct a business, as recognized by virtue of Article 16 of the Charter of Fundamental Rights. Now, let me here remind that Article 16 of the Charter recognizes a freedom to conduct a business in accordance with union law, not in a void. Thereby, union law is the framework within which a business is to be conducted. I personally consider that legal fact arguably gives rise to two intermediary findings. The first is that the wording of a provision imposing an obligation functions as the outer limit of that obligation. The second is that proportionality, the principle of proportionality, shapes the power of the regulator, in this case the Commission, to specify an obligation. That said, proportionality does not function in the same way, depending on whether the Commission will specify an obligation on the basis of Article 8.2, meaning in an individual case, on the one hand, or on the basis of Article 12 by virtue of a delegated act on the other. Why? Because on the one hand, we have an individual act, and on the other hand, in the other case, we have an act of general application. And the case law of the court appears quite clear in how the principle of proportionality works in these two contexts. Let me try and make all these abstract ideas a little bit more concrete. If we take an example, let's say the example of Article 5.2, one could ask oneself whether that provision directly imposes a specific model, directly or indirectly, imposes a specific model on data monetization. Based on the wording of the provision, which is always a starting point, I think we can agree that it does not describe any such model. And we could therefore arguably conclude that any model that does not lead to invalid consent within the meaning of the GDPR can be considered admissible under Article 5.2. So, a more delicate question that we could ask ourselves is whether the Commission can impose such a model by virtue of a delegated act adopted under Article 12.2, and in particular 12.2c. And I think there things get a little bit more complicated, in the sense that the wording of the provision does not seem to preclude such action. However, it does require expressly that any specification on the basis of the delegated act be objectively necessary in order for the gatekeepers to comply with a particular obligation. A second example could be Article 6.4, and one could ask oneself whether a gatekeeper can ask for remuneration within the framework of review of applications or of application stores destined to be sideloaded and therefore run on the gatekeeper's operating system. Again, I would say that starting with the wording of the provision, there is no reference to free of charge, which is quite distinct from, which can be distinguished, which helps distinguish the provision from other provisions that expressly mention free of charge. That said, if we move to a contextual interpretation, taking into account, for example, Article 8.1 or Article 13 on anti-circumvention, one could assume that such remuneration should not include strategic value stemming from the fact that a side-loaded application can run on the gatekeeper's operating system. So that is a more delicate question. A third example I could mention is Article 8.1 itself. Does Article 8.1 mean that gatekeepers are rendered responsible for the ultimate success of the DMA? When Article 8.1 says that compliance should be effective in achieving the objectives of the DMA and of the relevant obligation. What does that mean exactly? Does it mean that the gatekeeper is responsible for the achievement of fairness and contestability? The wording of that provision might suggest so. However, a contextual interpretation, again, taking into account Article 29, which defines non-compliance, will reveal that Article 29 makes no reference to Article 81. It makes reference only to Article 8.2 and to Articles 5, 6, and 7, mainly, so far as non-compliance with substantive obligations is concerned. So those are just some examples of the ways one can approach those provisions and put them in, let's say, in the context of the fashion the court drafts its judgments. As a closing remark, I would refer to the fact that the court may be asked to review whether the Commission has complied with procedural guarantees granted to parties by the DMA, always subject to the adoption of a reviewable act, of course. And because we now know that the Commission has specific circumscribed investigative enforcement and monitoring powers, and within those in those powers we also have some procedural guarantees that are granted by the DMA. The court may also review whether the conditions for the adoption of delegated and implementing acts of general application have been complied with when adopting those acts, if that happens, if and when that happens. In respect of non-compliance, the court will, of course, conduct an in-depth review in law and fact of any finding of non-compliance. Court may also exercise its unlimited jurisdiction with regard to pecuniary penalties imposed on the basis of the DMA. And in what appears to me to be a novelty of the DMA, the court may also be asked to review a refusal to accept commitments. If my interpretation of Article 25.3 is correct, which imposes on the Commission the duty to reason the refusal to accept a commitment, that might be an indication that such a refusal is reviewable. Of course, it also appears that the flip side is that if the Commission accepts commitments and those prove ineffective, then the Commission may reopen proceedings for systematic non-compliance, which is, as I understand it, also a novelty of the DMA. So I hope that has been a fairly complete expose of what one could expect within the framework of the court. If there are any questions, if we have time, I don't know.
Thank you very much. Georgios, you didn't have an easy task because you had to think about hypothetical situations in the future about regulations which are not yet being enforced and with zero case to be able to refer to. So really, thank you very much for your contribution. We have to move now, and I'm giving the floor to my colleague Alexandre for the next panel. Thank you.
Okay, so the next panel will come on stage.
Thank you very much. Sorry, yes. So Okay, so what we will do now is to have 3 panels. One before the break and then 2 after the break, and then Alberto Bacchiega will conclude with his takeaway of the day. But so basically we will start with a panel on process and compliance. I mean, this is a word that we have heard a lot so far, and Martijn insists a lot on this, that it's a compliance law, DSA and DMA, and that could not be truer. So we have produced, in the context of the big report that we have published today, there is a number of issue paper, and each panel deal with 1 or 2 of those issue papers. So the one here are the one on process that was co-authored by Giorgio Monti, who is here, and Richard Fizzi, who is here. And then another paper on output indicators that was co-authored by Richard and me. So we will present this, and then we will have a discussion, and I have asked to all the panelists on site and online to be extremely brief, so 3 minutes max, and I will stop you after 3 minutes, where I ask you one thing you like in those reports, and one thing you think could have been improved, and why. And for that, we will do in that order. There will be first Karel Mask from Microsoft, then Georgios from Google, then we have online Fiona Scott-Martin from the Yale University, and also one of the big specialists of the DMA. And then we have Max Van Toen from the Open Market Institute, so from the civil society. And then I will finish with Antoine Babinet from the European Commission, and then Amelia Fletcher, who was also one of the author of those reports and worked quite a bit on the indicator. So Giorgio, you have the mic.
Okay, thanks very much. Unfortunately, Richard Fizzi is not here, and the best parts of the reports are his writing rather than mine, but I will do my best to explain how we approach the topic. So the first thing we try to explore is a little bit how the compliance process is expected to work. And we've mapped it out on this slide. I realize it's very small, so I'll just give you the highlights, which is that, in a sense, the first step is for the gatekeeper to decide for themselves what measures to adopt to comply. And then there are processes whereby some sort of ex-ante guidance may be obtained from the Commission, where ex-ante ideas can be obtained from third parties and stakeholders. We then move on from implementation to the assessment, where there is a template for the gatekeeper to explain how it has complied, a non-confidential report, which then allows for ex-post assessment of what the gatekeeper has done, and then the possibility of financial penalties. The way in which we see the DMA is to focus much less on the latter element, the financial penalties, and more on what we call in the report positive regulation. That is to say, to maximize the opportunities for compliance through self-regulation. And so what we try and do in the report is try to explore a little bit how this can be incentivized, and what extent both the gatekeepers on the one hand, third parties, beneficiaries of the DMA on the other, and the Commission can all work collectively to stimulate as much self-regulation as possible. And some of the issues that come up within the context of the compliance program suggest that compliance process suggests that this kind of self-regulation is probably going to be more valuable in delivering effective compliance than actually a punitive mechanism for regulation. So some of these are highlighted on these slides in terms of the novelty, the lack of certainty, and the difficult impact that sometimes we can see that the measures might have on third parties. Now, we discussed a little bit in the paper the process of specification which is made available, and we discussed a little bit the trade-offs between asking for specification on the one hand, which can be beneficial because it gives legal certainty, but can also be risky because it ties the gatekeeper's hands to a particular way that the Commission has decided to interpret that regulation. We also discussed the possibility of specification being requested before the deadline for compliance, and then the possibility for ex post specification, highlighting that this is the only way in which one can obtain some sort of certification for compliance. And other than that, the Commission is silent on how the gatekeeper ought to comply. Now, we also identify a number of questions in terms of how to determine whether or not compliance is effective. As has already been discussed during the day, it may not be possible to work out whether compliance is effective on day one. There may be some short-term solutions, some longer-term solutions. The market may evolve, technology might change such that compliance on day one may not be the same thing as compliance subsequently. It may also be difficult to understand what is effective compliance. There may be barriers to understanding that, which pushes us towards suggesting some sort of participatory dialogue before implementation. And let me just move on to the sort of the recommendations that we make to stimulate self-regulation, which in our view overcomes some of these difficulties. And the first is to suggest that the Commission produces guidance to both gatekeepers and third parties on how to improve prospects for compliance and reduce the risks for fines. And so some of the things in the report are fairly straightforward, such as transparency of dialogue, ensuring that third parties are able to complain to the Commission and are protected, but also considering the degree of third-party engagement in the way in which we assess compliance. That is to say, if the gatekeeper has actively engaged with third parties and has sought to resolve the issues, then that is an indicator of effective compliance. And then the second recommendation would be to create some sort of incentives by the Commission for gatekeepers and third parties to engage in this direct dialogue. So some examples of the kinds of incentives that could be created is that the Commission is more responsive to a specification decision from a gatekeeper when the gatekeeper comes up and says, we have discussed this compliance with a variety of third parties. We have different responses from third parties. We are uncertain how to comply. Please advise. And that would be an indicator for the Commission to be more willing to accept a regulatory dialogue than a different situation. Likewise, enforcement might be affected by the way in which gatekeeper conduct includes dialogue with third parties. So to a certain extent, to reward the gatekeeper that engages in dialogue and tries to resolve issues, and therefore stimulating an exchange before enforcement. And moreover, in terms of third parties, we also think that third parties should be encouraged to engage with the gatekeeper first before going to complain to the Commission. So in a sense, these are indicators of when it is that the Commission should intervene, and when the Commission could also give signals that it is better for the gatekeepers and third-party beneficiaries of the DMA to collectively resolve the issue before going to the Commission. And that's more or less the recommendations.
Okay, and then the other, let's say, part of the report regarding process is this idea that we suggest to have output indicators. No, I must say that it was probably the more controversial part of the project in a way. And so I first want to clarify what is the role of those output indicators that we propose. Those are not compliance indicators. So the point is not to say that if the indicator is not good or do not go in the right direction, that automatically means that the gatekeeper is not complying with its obligation. The point of the output indicator is to focus the mind of the Commission, the gatekeeper, and the business user on issue which may be problematic, okay? And so the idea is to say that if an indicator is not progressing well, or if among different gatekeepers the output indicator of one is not as good as another one, then you have to dig further to understand why it is so. And it's only after having analyzed the case further that then you may conclude that, for instance, there was no compliance or the obligation was not appropriate and maybe the obligation needs to be changed. Okay, so I think that's very important to understand what's the role of those indicators. Now, what they are, wait, because I'm not sure how it works, this thing. Okay. So also another thing which is very important to distinguish is, in fact, if you think about indicators, quantitative indicators, you may think about three of them. You know, you may think about process indicators. So in the sense of what has changed in the process or in the design of the product because of the DMA. Okay, that's one thing. Another thing is output indicators. So that's what we are focusing on, is how far, for instance, the new choice which have been created for business user or for end user have been taken up by those users. And again, I mean, I repeat, if they have not been taken up, it may be because the choice was not rightly presented, or it may be because the user don't want to change. And then you have outcome indicators, which is, for instance, market share indicators, whether the market share of the gatekeeper will decrease over time, okay? So what we focus on is output indicators, see how much the different opportunities which are created by the DMA have been taken up by the business user in the end user. Now, I will not bother you with the list of the indicators. We proposed a long list of those indicators, but for instance, if you take Article 6, paragraph 3, which is about allowing an installation of app, the question is, for instance, how many people, how many of us will uninstall the app of the gatekeeper and go to something else, okay? So now, how those kind of output indicator could play a role in the compliance process, or in the process of the DMA implementation, we think that they should be reported by the gatekeeper in their annual compliance report, and in a way the Commission goes a little bit to this as well, and then, as the template is providing, at this stage at least, every gatekeeper can choose what kind of indicator they want, but we think that at some point and after some learning, it would be good that the Commission uniformize in a way those output indicators, because that would allow a comparison across gatekeeper, and that would allow constant analysis of the evolution of those indicators over time. And I think we think that those two things are very important. Okay, so this is what I wanted to tell you about. We wanted to tell you about this process and those indicators. Okay, thank you. Now I take the other role, which is not easy. And so now I will ask you to react to all the panelists, to react to what you have heard and what you have read in the report. And as I announced, so I will start with you, Karel from Microsoft.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me. And I'm supposed to say what I like and don't like about both of the papers.
Equally,
there is a lot I like. And what I first of all like and congratulate CERRE for is, bringing together this project and provide more clarity. And then next to the Commission, which also is engaging in this process actively, and we are learning a lot as we are coming along. And I think some of that is reflected in the process paper. The active role that the Commission is playing and has to play in this process, I think, was clear to some from the outset, and I think all of us learned in the process that that's critical to the success of this whole project. It's very helpful, much appreciated, and an important factor to ultimately make that work. It's a little bit the discussion around, self-enforcing or not, obviously. As we all notice, there are huge challenges in implementing some of that, and the discussion helps. The other piece I like about the process paper is the role of third parties, and that's an emphasis which came out also in the engagement with the Commission around implementation of the DMA, how critical it is to involve feedback from third parties. What I don't like so much is whether at the end of the day it's the most squeaky wheel that we should focus on. It's probably not the right approach, but there is some challenge with that feedback process, obviously. As a gatekeeper, by definition, you have probably some 10,000 business users. You have 45 million users. That's a lot. how do you organize that process? How do you collect that feedback? And obviously, the interests of these users are not aligned. Business users have other interests than end users, but also the users between themselves are not aligned. Different users have different interests. So there is a huge challenge around that, that process, how to manage it, how to collect that feedback. I mean, as a product developer, you have some standardized processes to collect feedback, but you typically do that with a very targeted audience, and it's a subset of people who are ultimately using the product. It's the people who are engaging more with the product and have probably their own interests, which might differ. So that's about, and I'm also supposed to speak, or can talk about indicators?
Yeah, please.
Because indicators might take me a little bit longer, and I'm sorry that I might exceed my 3 minutes on those.
Not too much.
No, but I mean, again, what I like, I think it's trying to create some accountability in that process and make things comparable. But, I mean, chapeau, Alexandre, for taking this on, because it is incredibly difficult. First of all, you know, understanding what these indicators are supposed to do and not, because that's very, very confusing. And there are helpful things, obviously, to track. You know, you can track the number of choice screen that you are showing, or the disputes that you have, new app stores being installed, ISVs using third-party services. All that makes totally sense from my perspective. But also, when you then think about choice screens, what does that mean? You know, if you offer a user a gatekeeper product and 3 other products, that user will choose the gatekeeper product. You know, that's at least our experience, how it works in some markets. So what do you then do with the data and also the process over time? How do you evaluate it? And ultimately the question, you know, what does it then help? You know, if you then need to go into the analysis, what that means, and then ultimately say, yeah, but it means many things. But uninstallation, on Windows, people could for years uninstall products. We are not counting who's uninstalling it. We don't know if someone is no longer using a certain product. We don't know, you know, what happened to the product, whether it's broken, whether it's uninstalled, whether the user just doesn't like the product anymore. And what does it mean? You know, in terms of, you know, more contestability and the objectives of fairness. The consent under 5.2, you know, if you give a user a choice, if I'm asked whether someone can use my data for something or shouldn't, I say no. Why should you use my data? Yeah, it's great to have that choice under the DMA, but what does it mean then that people are doing it or not doing it? If 100% don't give that consent, we know, yeah, that's probably the behavioral bias you have, even if you're trying to convince users that's important to have that data shared. If you have, you know, a certain percentage that give that consent, or everyone is saying, you know, why not giving consent? You know, I'm getting more targeted advertising, it's helpful for me. Someone is able to sell that to me. Yeah, it might be, you know, there is no value in, you know, that protection of data that is perceived by the DMA. So for the compliance and what we are doing under this process is a very difficult question. One last point on indicators which struck me is the question, should we actually track other things? There is one indirect factor that is interesting. For example, the cost of advertising. We are having probably an advertising monopoly or a strong concentration in advertising. That is a concern that's supposed to be addressed by the DMA. Cost of advertising could be an indication that advertising, there's more contestability. What the DMA probably does is make search inventory more valuable than social inventory, because you can't share that anymore, you can't target as well on social, but if you have enough search data, you know exactly what the customers want, and advertising, you can target better. So I would assume advertising in search is becoming more expensive, advertising on social media is becoming less expensive. Then again, it raises the question, even these factors, which might be an indirect indication of more competition or competitiveness, might be the result actually of the effects that the DMA produces unintendedly. So all this is to say, you know, it's a great first step to try to think about these things and start the discussion, and appreciate having this discussion. But there is quite some challenges. I think user satisfaction would be another important one that maybe we should track. Maybe we should also track malware incidents, whether they go up as a result of data sharing or whether they go down. I mean, some gatekeepers would argue they go significantly up. They are concerned about security of their platforms. So I think that's also something maybe, you know, to complement that, to think about and discuss. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Karel. We will reply at the end, but Georgios, please.
Yes, thanks, Alexander. I do still have my 3 minutes, right? Or,
3 minutes, okay. Yes, but no more.
Cool. No more.
Don't follow the first mover advantage.
No, we cannot. We cannot follow the most valuable company in the world, right? So now, I mean, first of all, thanks for having me here. I think our discussion today centers around processes, and I'd like to commend CERRE for the approach in forging a consensus among members who do not necessarily share the same perspective and objectives under the DMA. And I think this process that took some time serves as a lesson for the ongoing discussions on the DMA, especially considering the potential for polarization on these matters. Now, as you have rightly said in your enthusiastic presentation of the indicators, among others, Alexander, a central point of contention has been around defining the metrics or indicators of success, specifically determining the threshold at which the efforts of a gatekeeper is deemed sufficient, or the efforts are deemed sufficient for compliance. Now, the DMA stipulates something that Mr. Gryllos said, stipulates that for gatekeeper conduct to be compliant, it must effectively fulfill the objective of the relevant rule, but at the same time reach the overall objective, the overarching objectives of the DMA, which are to enhance market contestability and eliminate unfairness. So the critical question then arises, how do we achieve this dual objective? And here the CERRE report provides this interesting concept that you described in your remarks. It suggests the use of output indicators as a means, among others, of course, among other data, to gauge compliance with the DMA. Now, the primary aim of the DMA is to create opportunities that complementors and other firms should have the ability to engage with. For instance, the ability to change default settings in closed ecosystems, or the effortless use of non-proprietary apps. This is where, for instance, the DMA can make a difference. However, once these opportunities are accessible by both firms and both firms and users engage with them, it would not be prudent, in my view, to compel users into adopting solutions that do not align with their interests, merely for the sake of enhancing market contestability. The DMA goals, after all, is not to corner Europeans into using the Minitels of the 21st century, especially when the rest of the world is advancing rapidly. The ultimate aim, in my view again, should be to ensure that users unaffected by tactics such as dark patterns, for example, are free to choose services that they genuinely prefer, even if the services are offered by the so-called gatekeepers. Consumers, citizens do have agency. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, I will come back to that because, I mean, I think we would agree on this. That's the role of the DMA is to create opportunity, but I think that indicators, I mean, it's always a question of counterfactual. You know, is it better to have no indicator at all, or to have the indicator we propose, and to have indicators? And then the question, as Carol was saying, is what kind of indicators? But we think that in order to focus the mind of everyone, to understand whether the opportunities offered by the DMA are taken up or not, is an interesting analysis to do. But again, and I repeat, and I wanted to insist, it's not because an opportunity is not taken up that the gatekeeper has not complied. And there, I fully agree with you, and it's important that you recall this. Yeah. Yeah, opportunity and engagement. Fiona, now, what on process or on indicators, what do you think you like in the report and you like less?
Hello, everybody, and sorry not to be able to be there in person. I have to teach, unfortunately, as part of my job, so I'm in the United States, but thanks for the invitation. The report, as Carol said, has a lot to like in it. I think my favorite bits so far, anyway, are in Chapter 3, the discussion about dialogue. I think it's really helpful to isolate, as you do so explicitly, the measures where really there's no need for a dialogue with the gatekeeper, and where it might be useful but not critical, and then the categories where it just nothing's going to work unless there's a dialogue. I think that's really important to spell out. And then the implications, therefore, of when the dialogue is necessary and whether that dialogue is supposed to happen before compliance or after compliance. Is compliance starting the dialogue? But of course, then the business users can't possibly be on the gatekeeper doing the contestable things at the moment of compliance if there has been no dialogue up until that point and it's necessary. So this division of activities into these three camps has significant implications for enforcement and is just very clarifying, I think, and well written. Another part of the report that I very much like is the incentives for gatekeepers. I think of course, when you write a law, and you're the Parliament or other European institution, you have to write the law and say, here's what you must do, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and there's nothing about, we'll be a little tougher on you if you're badly behaved and lighter on you if you're better behaved, because this is not how laws get written down, and in principle, we enforce the law just exactly the same for everybody. But of course, realistically, if one is thinking about how to interpret a problem where a gatekeeper and a business user are at odds and can't seem to come together, and that is making contestability not happening, it matters a great deal whether there has been demonstrated good faith attempts by one side or the other side or both sides to try to figure it out. Some of these problems are quite hard. They're legitimately hard. And people of good faith might not be able to get to an obvious good answer quickly. And it's important for the regulator, for purposes of incentives of complying with this law, to be hard on gatekeepers or third parties that are constructively not complying, and be more, I don't want to say lenient, but just more find a path that is convenient for those parties when they are trying very hard to comply and do it right, and it's just, the problem is just hard. And so thinking about the incentives that the Commission could set up to encourage good behavior by all parties and
letting the Commission use its discretion in the way it enforces the law to create those good incentives seems to me to be a really important contribution to the debate. And I hope, of course, that all the gatekeepers are enthusiastically complying. I will say that the previous speaker's remarks about whether we can interpret non-entry and no change in contestability or entry of business users as evidence that the gatekeeper's not complying. I mean, that was the debate as I heard it in Brussels in October. So it's a little depressing that that at least some gatekeepers haven't moved on from that point to more sophisticated ones or more points that you might bring to a debate like this that indicate that the gatekeeper has moved down the road in compliance and is actually doing things and might therefore have something to contribute that's new. So I'm not sure how optimistic I am at this point, but I think that this section 4 about incentives will be necessary. Thanks.
Thank you, Fiona. Max.
Firstly, thanks for having me, and just to echo the congratulations for this impressive research and this impressive conference at such a critical time for DMA implementation. I think what I like most about the report is the emphasis on the role of third parties in enforcement of the DMA. That has been a major priority for open markets when it comes to our work on the DMA, both because we think that there's a wealth of expertise out there, not just among business users, but among think tanks, consumer bodies, academics, and so on, that can really help ensure that the regulation is enforced effectively and kind of help address the kind of inevitable resource gap that we see between the Commission and the gatekeepers. And also because we think that a closed-door discussion between gatekeepers and the Commission is not going to result in the kind of effective, real compliance that we want to see. And so I think in that sense it's really critical. A couple of recommendations that I'd highlight from the report in particular. I think early engagement is really important, so we don't want to be leaving the discussions until the last minute, until March or afterwards, where we see the compliance solutions and then suddenly, they're not satisfactory for whatever reason, and we have to have this big argument and kind of delay the compliance process that way. So I think, it's already quite late. It's only a month and a half until March, but I think we should be kind of ramping up that engagement as much as possible. I really like the idea that engagement with third parties is used as a way of judging whether gatekeepers are kind of complying with the DMA or not. They should be incentivized to do so, but I think where those conversations aren't happening, I think that should be seen as a kind of negative factor when judging the degree of compliance. And then I also really like the recommendation around the Commission being kind of proactive and transparent in explaining to third parties how they'll engage with the process. I think, unfortunately, so far it's been a little bit opaque and kind of difficult for third parties to understand how they can be having conversations with gatekeepers in the Commission. That's just not our experience, but also other groups that we talk to. And so I think some kind of guidance and kind of a signal of how that engagement should work would be really helpful. In terms of areas where it's, gaps or things I kind of am a little bit more skeptical about. Kind of touched on this already, but I think the report talks a lot about the role of business users as third parties, but I think there are many other types of third parties who could contribute expertise. I'm sure lots of people in the room would fall under that category. In terms of the indicators, I think it's really important to have indicators that go beyond just process and look at what the actual effects of these obligations are. Are people switching services? Are they porting their data and so on? But I think we shouldn't stop there. I think it's also important to have what you might call holistic indicators that kind of apply to the DMA obligations as a whole. So we can kind of really see, if we're having changes in contestability, in market share, in the emergence of new rivals, which will really tell us whether we're achieving the objectives of the DMA. So I think in your report you call those outcome indicators, but I think those are important as well. And then finally, and we might be talking about something else, using the language differently, but the language around self-regulation or self-execution, I'm a little bit skeptical about. I mean, ultimately the DMA is regulation, not self-regulation, and I think we run the risk if we leave it to companies to kind of define what compliance looks like and then kind of examine that afterwards, that will create a lot of problems for ourselves. So I'd like to see the Commission, I think as it is already being quite proactive in kind of making clear to gatekeepers what good compliance looks like to kind of steer that process. So.
Okay, thank you very much. So let's go to the Commission now. You were just mentioning the Commission. Antoine, what do you like and you like less? And also, maybe if you can react on what you have heard so far, and then I go to Amelia.
All right. Yeah, works. Well, it's a lot, so clearly I won't be able to react to all. But what I can do is tell you a bit, my take after reading the reports. Clearly, I like the indicator paper because that gives us input, so very nice. The other one ends with a huge to-do list for the Commission, so I like it a little less. No, but joke aside on the indicators, I think it's really following up in a way we triggered it, right? Because we did a public consultation on our compliance reports, and in this public consultation, we actually specified that we were after that kind of input. Because where we agree is that it's not an easy task, right, to define these indicators. It's also a task, I mean, we in the final version of that compliance report made really clear that our conclusion, we think these indicators are useful, so we want to have them. We want the gatekeepers to provide these types of indicators. We did not go as far as specifying them for now. And the reason for that is exactly the work you've been doing. It's because we want to receive more input. We want to have more experience. So, I mean, the CERRE input is great. We have put it on the gatekeepers to, in a way, make a first attempt at indicators in their compliance reports. We think they have a strong incentive to make them useful. We are not just after any indicators that will be useless and, we have indicators, great, that's it, tick the box. They have to be something that will really help us understand whether compliance is effective, because that's what we're after. I mean, that's our mandate. We have to ensure that compliance is effective. So the indicators will be one of the tools, but there are many other items in the compliance reports. I mean, of course, the consultation of the stakeholders, it's clearly there. That's something that can convince us that a compliance solution is effective. And in the indicators fall in this box. So gatekeepers will have a go at it. I think they should refer to the CERRE indicators. Since they are there and since they were involved, I would expect that they explain why they would not pick up some of these indicators. I think they need to go further. I mean, they need to do their own thinking. I mean, I heard some good ideas from Karel. Why not? Why not having others? And also any other input. Then very important, it's not only CERRE, it's not only the gatekeepers. I mean, these compliance reports, there will be a public version, so these indicators, they will be exposed to the market. And that's your point, Max. All the stakeholders out there, so a wider audience, will be able to also tell us whether they think these are the right indicators or whether there is something else to it. That was for the indicators. Maybe a smaller comment. What I like in your list is the ones that really go to the kind of friction and dark pattern. For example, I initiate something, like I want to disinstall a piece of software, but I stop in the middle. I think that's very interesting, because if I wanted to do it and I didn't go to the end, it may just be that it was too complex or something just, yeah, I mean, there was a negative steer. On the DMA process, okay, that's a very wide topic. In general, I must say, I mean, I like your description of positive regulation, but I like it only if you read it together with the possibility that things will go less well and we will get in a world of more punitive regulation, because it's all based on the premises that we are together for the long run. I mean, we will be in this continuous regulatory relationship. As long as there is constructive engagement, as long as we see reaction, like quick reaction to the feedback from us, but most of all from the market, because that's the feedback that matters and that will make the solutions effective. There is trust, and there can be positive, how do you call it, positive regulation. But clearly, as soon as we feel that the trust is broken or things are not just progressing, we have a whole array of very impactful enforcement tools, and we will definitely make use of them. A very, very last one on the papers. I mean, there are a lot of very useful thoughts, and really we will all read it. But there's also all these attempts at categorizing, and you know, best practices, you also have to see that all of this is new and that the practice is actually just being created exactly now. And on the categorization, again, I could probably agree with most of it, but what I absolutely see is that every question that is put to us has some specificities, and we have often like a menu of options, like a menu of things we can do to enable progress, and we choose from that menu. And there really is, at the moment, a lot of merit in also having some flexibility, just to have the kind of tailored solution that really will be effective. But I can absolutely see it as it has been the case for other instruments, that at some point things will be more mature and that will be the right moment to come out with the kind of guidance you mentioned in the paper. But we're also giving a lot of guidance in different forms, but you know, be there templates, websites, meetings, conferences, articles. There is still a lot out there.
Thank you very much. And Amelia, maybe a reaction to what you have heard so far.
Okay, well, it's been really, really interesting. And I thought that I would react mainly on the indicators. I was, as you might expect myself, since I was involved, I obviously like most of what's in there. There's not that much I don't like. What I had expected a bit more concern around, because we had quite a lot of concern about it in the process.
Oops. Yes, we will come back to her. Maybe, Giorgio, if you want you to react to what you have heard so far. Was it just about how? Okay. Sorry, there was an issue with your connection, but it seems to be okay now. So.
Oh, okay. Hang on, I've now lost my notes. Okay, okay.
So you are speaking about the process, but then we lost you a bit.
Okay, so yeah, so I was during the process, actually, where we had the biggest pushback and where I had expected some of the concerns to be highlighted today are in terms of just how many indicators there are on the list. It is quite a long list. And indeed, we had an even longer list in the process, and we did really challenge ourselves to focus on what we thought was really important. And you can see some of that in the commentary column. On that, though, and this isn't something I don't like, but it's just a very slight worry, which is that we were also, as you will hear later this afternoon, doing other work streams around data interoperability, choice architecture. And obviously that relates to certain provisions more than other provisions. And what I noted during the process was that where we had those other work streams open, our indicators kept getting more and more sophisticated, more thought was going into them. And so it does lead me to slightly worry whether the provisions that we hadn't focused on as much are quite as well thought through in terms of the indicators that are needed. So I think that, you know, I wouldn't necessarily see this as an absolutely final list, but I think everything that's on the list is really, really useful. I also think there is some potential for outcome indicators. We deliberately didn't get into that, but I think that's what Max was suggesting. And also Carol, I like Carol's idea of tracking malware instance, for example. I just wanted to highlight one thing that hasn't really been talked about that I really like in the indicators document, which is it's really thoughtful about the whole process of both the importance of reporting these indicators to the Commission, but then the value of making the reports public, not least because third parties can then confirm their veracity, but the tension between those two things, because you want confidentiality concerns not to limit what is reported to the Commission, but equally you do want to make as much as possible public. And so there's actually quite a sophisticated thinking in the paper, but I've no doubt that could be taken further about, for example, the Commission receiving relatively granular data from the gatekeepers, but then aggregating that in the public report and perhaps giving third parties their own data or privately on which they can provide feedback. So I think that's quite an interesting aspect as well. So I'll leave that there.
Thank you, Amelia. Giorgio, yes, a reaction to what you have heard so far. And then I will take question. If some of you have some question, either here or online, it's the time to think about it.
Yeah.
Well, three quick things. The squeaky wheel issue, I mean, obviously a solution cannot satisfy all business users, for example. But I think one thing we explain in the report is that if the gatekeeper explains, look, this solution works for the majority but doesn't work for them, then there is a good effort being made to explain the rationale for making a choice that is not perfect. So I think, you know, lack of perfectly satisfying the third-party beneficiaries is not evidence of non-compliance in itself, but it's a valuable point to think about. In terms of the use of the word self-regulation, and I think the way we put it in the report as well, it's more an active supervision. So the initiative always goes from the gatekeeper. So the gatekeeper should be the one who has the incentive to decide how to comply, but also within a framework of cooperation and of oversight. So it's not a situation where, you know, we don't want regulation, but we want a different type of regulation than the adversarial front. But of course, just to respond to the last point, the possibility for punitive regulation is not excluded in the report. It's just that we think a lot more emphasis should be placed upon thinking about how to do the positive regulation bit, because we all know how to do punitive. And just one brief point on the indicators. I think your point about some of them may not be indicators that the gatekeeper can produce. I think that's obviously going to be important. You know, if we cannot get evidence of how many people uninstall a particular app, then clearly that may not be valuable as an indicator. The other point is that if the indicators are shared across all gatekeepers, and if we see the DMA as being about opportunities and engagement by the end user, and we see that the end user on gatekeeper platform A has a lot of engagement, and for the same things on platform B has very little engagement, then the fact that you have a shared indicator allows you to raise the question as to why it is that the gatekeeper is, the end user is much more engaged here than there. It, of course, not conclusive. I mean, the report, as Alex has said before, the output indicators are not about compliance, but they're about raising a question by looking at some fairly raw data. And I think the other point I wanted to make, again, the capacity to engage with third parties. Obviously, one does not expect a gatekeeper to engage with all third parties, but you know, if one makes the choice to say, look, we've done an A and B test over 2% of the population, and the result is this is the preferred outcome, then that could be seen as satisfactory. So I don't think one expects engagement with the entire family of business users, then the entire family of consumers.
Thank you. Jojo, do you have some question? Yes, I don't know if there are some microphone. I don't know if someone can distribute the microphone. I will take all the question together, so please be brief in your question. So question, no comment, and then we'll go to the panel. So there was one gentleman here. Yeah.
Thank you. Sebastiano Toffaletti, representing the European Digital SME Alliance. I have a question for maybe Max or the Commission, whoever wants to take it. What is the right balance, actually, between a punitive regulation and a more positive regulation? What I mean is, based on what I heard from the paper, this indicators approach, this effort-based approach, isn't there a risk that you know, we look into efforts and we don't look into real, actual compliance, effective compliance, representing SMEs here, business users of those platforms, and what we want is effective solutions. We know it is technically possible to make those solutions happen. If we look into too much of an effort-based compliance, isn't there a risk that this is going to be just a tactic to delay the real effective solutions? And while the Commission say, but you're compliant because you're making efforts.
Okay.
Isn't there a risk?
We get it.
Thank you.
Yes. The gentleman here, and then the ladies here.
Thank you, Christophe Garrity from Digital Competition. So I have a question to you, Antoine, and it's a very straightforward question, but complicated answers. So we are on 6 March. The gatekeeper gives you a report. When you will publish the report on your website, the public version of the report?
The public version.
Yeah.
Okay.
You will publish the report on the 7th March or later on?
Okay, and then the woman here.
Hello, my name is Isabella De Michelis, and I'm the founder of a small SME IT, and we're working on data portability. The question is the following. We know who the gatekeepers are. we don't really know who the business users are. And the business users in Europe, they're very distracted. They do little investment. They're totally incapable of using data, even if they're offered the data. So what is the effort of the Commission to monitor actually the business users, that they're also compliant with being responsive to what the compliance is going to be on the DMA gatekeeper side? Thank you.
Antoine, maybe you may start, because several question was addressed to you, and then the other may complement as they want.
So the first one, on the right balance between the positive regulation and when it gets more punitive. I think it's, in a way, what matters to us is actually to get to something that is effective and to get there in the fastest way, right? So I think we will always have a bit the two options. I mean, right now we don't have the two options. Right now our only option is to actually encourage this positive regulation, because we don't have the enforcement powers. We only get them on 7 March. From 7 March onwards, I mean, when we will be confronted with what could look like a non-compliance, the one option is to flag it and ask the gatekeepers to solve it quickly. If we see a clear prospect that this will happen, maybe I can tell you it's actually probably much faster, because you don't start like from scratch a whole investigation where, of course, like the gatekeeper will always have great arguments, even if they, even if the reality is that they shouldn't. But believe me, they will always produce arguments that are difficult to rebut. So it may be that not going ballistic with this kind of proceedings, formal proceedings, is the efficient way to progress. In other cases, I mean, it will become clear to us that we're stuck. We're hitting a wall. There will be no progress, and there, I mean, we won't be able to avoid like, the kind of more adversarial proceedings. I think that would be my answer. The second one, unless, but I take the 3 questions, and the publication of the non-confidential. So, I can't tell you exactly, but what I can tell you is that, I mean, there is an obligation to have this public version. What I've seen in the past in other instruments is that the first public version we receive, we may think that it's not sufficiently comprehensive. So there usually is a bit of a negotiation between the Commission and the gatekeepers to try to get it to a better shape. So several options, like, let's see. I mean, let's see what we publish and when, but there may be a bit 2 moments, right, with a version and an improved one. And the last one, on the business users, I mean, the DMA does not impose obligations on the business users. I mean, the DMA tries to create opportunities for them. Where I think your point is valid is that we should probably also think about ways to really make sure that they are aware of these opportunities, so that they actually do act on them and exploit them. That I think Martijn referred to it, right? I mean, we will try to do it at our level. I think if the national level, because they're probably often closer from some of the stakeholders, because I mean the one that come to us, like the European wide, I mean they know us.
If I may, this is not a question of awareness, it's a question of indicator. You're talking indicators. If you have indicators on one side and you don't have indicators on the others, then it will be very difficult to make an assessment over time whether something has worked, because one side has not cooperated, or because the others have not followed what it was necessary to actually implement what has been made available. I'm really talking ground.
Okay, sorry, So I think that goes to, I think whenever an indicator provided by the gatekeepers like points us somewhere, I mean, we'll investigate, and that will probably mean going to the business users and understanding what is behind it. And other possibilities that, I mean, some of the indicators from the gatekeepers are actually about business users' behavior. I mean, how many of them will
invest, adopt processes,
exactly, request data. I mean, all of this. I mean, these are
I mean,
okay, we will not organize a bilateral dialogue here.
It's indicators.
So,
indicators.
Okay, it's important, but we got the point. So I don't know if there are other people who want to comment in the panel. We have to close in 5 minutes, so please be brief. Max, yes.
So just quickly on the Sebastiana's point about compliance, basically this is a question of sticks and carrots. Where we are now, we're during carrot time, essentially. So, I don't disagree with CERRE that now, as we come up to the March deadline, we want to be focusing on incentives to comply as much as possible. But I think we need to be ready to pull out the sticks when the time comes. The DMA obviously has some considerable ones, including fines, but also, potential structural remedies, prohibitions on mergers and so on. So I think we need to look at that whole toolkit, and we've seen how at least in antitrust fines have not been particularly effective, so I think we should probably be looking at some of those other remedies first. And I think when we are trying to decide whether compliance is working or whether we need to use sanctions, I think we should rely a lot on, I'm going back to the third party point, how people are kind of interacting with these solutions and whether they're working, particularly for business users. So I think, in March, it's fair enough that there might be some technical problems and there can be an iterative process to try and solve those. But I think if, the Commission is hearing again and again from the businesses who are meant to benefit that these solutions aren't working and there isn't a genuine effort to improve them, then I think that's when the penalties come out. So.
Thank you. Carol, George, do you want to add something?
Let me just add, as a gatekeeper, we are laser focused on implementing the DMA, and I think a lot of people are working in this community hard to make that work. So I think a little bit of trust that, this process is leading in the right direction, and this effort of trying to do that on this trust basis, I think is very much appreciated and helpful, actually, because otherwise you start already get sidetracked. And from my own experience, I joined Microsoft in the early days when we had this enforcement concept under Article 82 at the time, abuse of dominance. It's a very different dialogue, and it distracts a lot of resources. I think this positive regulation actually helps people focusing on the target, which is kind of a joint target, and then let's deal later and get distracted about all these cases and disputes. I think the approach is the right one to be as effective as we can in terms of driving implementation.
Okay, Fiona, Amelia, do you want to add something? Amelia,
I think the point about business users kind of being quiet and not sufficiently engaged is a really good one. I'm not personally sure it's for the Commission to do anything about that. I think it's for the Commission to make sure that the DMA is complied with, and also be really clear with business users about what the DMA actually means for them, particularly when business users ask questions about what it actually means for them. But I think there's actually a real role for third parties, and the women in your audience may be a good example, to really think creatively about what the DMA is going to open up in terms of new business ideas, and go and sell them to people. There's a lot that the DMA could potentially create, and I think that we're just at the beginning of people thinking innovatively about that.
Thank you. And the last word to
follow up. Sorry,
yes,
Alex.
Fiona and then Giorgio.
Follow up with what Amelia said. I agree 100% with all of this. I think the trick is that the DMA should open up business models where there are not business users today. And if the business user doesn't exist, it's a little hard to know how they're going to engage with the Commission to make sure that the interface is one that they can use in the future. So this is just the nature of this law that we're going to have to muddle through. But I think anything the Commission can do to bring entrepreneurial groups to the table and create common knowledge and tell them about their rights, because there will be, we hope, new businesses that just don't exist today that do spring up because of the DMA.
And Giorgio, the last word.
Thanks. Yeah, just to respond on the balance between positive and punitive. The theoretical work says you've got to assume firms want to comply, but of course it's about results. So even if you're being just a positive regulator, you're still looking after the result. You're not just thinking, are you doing your best to comply? Are you delivering on the DMA? Article 8.1 says that compliance has to be effective. The question is, do you first nudge towards effectiveness before you punish? And I think to escalate towards ever more punitive measures is more useful than to begin with the sticks. So the idea of the report is very much to say, let's nudge first and see if that works. Failing that, we escalate further.
Okay, thank you very much. That was very informative. I think we agree on indicator at least, so that's a good thing of this panel. No, it's a joke. But so now we have 20 minutes break, and please come back here at 45 because we have a packed panel. Thank you very much for the panelists. Okay, so let's start again. We have discussed just before the break the process, the compliance process. Now we will go to some specific obligation or group of obligation, and so there are three issue paper in the DMA report that we have published. The first is on data-related obligation. And Giorgio will discuss that, that paper. Then there is one on interoperability, vertical and horizontal, and Marc Bourreau will discuss that one. That is for this panel, and then in the next and last panel, we will discuss the paper on choice architecture that Amelia will present. So in this panel, so we have two groups of obligation, if you want. First, there will be a presentation by Giorgio and then by Marc. And then we have a number of panelists. We have, and I will start with Chris Rayleigh, who is the Executive Director of the Data Transfer Initiative, so which is an interesting initiative to help some of the data-related obligation of the DMA. Then we have Audrey Scozzaro. She's at Qualcomm. Then we have Daniel Freelander at CCIA. Then we have Chiara Ceccinelli. She's at ARCEP, the French telecom regulator, but she has also she's also very active in BEREC, and so in that sense on interoperability. And finally, we will have Filomena Chirico from the Commission, and she will react on what she has heard by the panelists. Okay? So, Giorgio, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. So in this paper, we're looking at three data-related obligations that are found in the DMA. For each of them, we've analyzed the purpose, the main challenges to implementation, and the links to the EU rules. Very briefly, in terms of purposes, we think all three sets of obligations, the data fusion, the so-called data silos, and the data portability rules, are all about facilitating contestability at different levels of the market. In terms of linking to other rules, I think the main message of our report is to say this is not GDPR plus, it's not an enhancement of personal protection, it's an enhancement of data rights for contestability and fairness purposes, and not to see this as an instrument that aids the enforcement of general data protection rules. I'm going to turn now to the main challenges faced in each of the sets of obligations. So first of all, in terms of the data fusion and consent, we detected in the DMA a preference for a particular model for implementing this obligation, which is to offer the users a choice between a personalized service with data collection and then a less personalized service without data collection, and allowing the user to actively make that choice, knowing the consequences of the two choices. Now, we think there are sort of three challenges that are to be faced in implementing this. The first is sort of how to implement consent. And here the DMA adds to the requirements of the GDPR. In particular, it adds a clause about dark patterns. It regulates the frequency at which consent can be given, and also gives the user who denies consent the right to continue to receive the the less personalized version. And so there is no punishment for the end user not choosing to have their data collected. I think another difficulty is if the gatekeeper is obliged to provide a less personalized but equivalent service, what does that actually mean in practice? And we worked through a couple of examples to suggest that this is not particularly easy to work out. And then finally, and this is a point I will park for Amelia Fletcher to discuss more fully in the next panel, how to design user choice effectively. And I think there are trade-offs here between having a very easy to understand proposition, choose A or B, which the user can easily get, but maybe doesn't allow the user to make a precise choice, and a very granular option for the user to use, which the user may not understand, and although it looks very good on paper, it actually doesn't allow the user to make a good choice. So how to engage the user effectively by some sort of simplified heuristic so that the user can actually make an effective choice is going to be, I think, quite difficult. However, I don't think this is the only way to comply. You cannot tell the gatekeeper the only way to comply is to offer these two options, and that's it. So I think there can be more alternatives, and what we explore in the paper is a little bit what other alternatives are there to allow the gatekeeper to comply with 5.2. Can they offer a take it or leave it option? You either use the service and have your data collected, or you don't use the service. Can they make the service paid for if you don't agree to data collection? Can the gatekeeper buy the user's data? After all, the data is the commodity that is being given by the consumer to the gatekeeper that is monetized, so perhaps the payments should go the other way. But perhaps what is most realistic is to expect the gatekeeper to provide a variety of less personalized services. That is to say, the user can choose which data can be transferred to the gatekeeper for what purposes. A user may well be happy for some of the data to be transferred for some purposes, but less happy to have it transferred for others. But of course, this makes the choice screen even more complicated, because then there's just a choice between data and no data, but it's a choice which data, and how can the user be empowered to understand which kind of options they're going to make choices about. And this goes back to a general point about the DMA, which is we do want end users to be active, but the question is who provides for the literacy for them to be sufficiently informed when they are being active. So whilst the DMA can be praised for encouraging an active user experience by the end user, it's also perhaps something for policymakers to think about. How do you make sure that consumers make these choices in an informed way, and are they sufficiently literate to make these choices? The other point on 5.2, very briefly, is that there are other bases for data fusion, but I think if we read the DMA together with a meta judgment, you see that the opportunity for using these, although there, is relatively limited. So we think implementation will really hinge about whether the consent moment that the end user is exposed to will be sufficiently effective to comply with the DMA. If I move to Article 6.2, which is about the limiting of the exploitation of business user data by the core platform services. A couple of preliminary points in terms of implementation. Does this apply to all gatekeepers offering all services? In the report, we suggest that for some gatekeepers it is clearly applicable, but for some others we raise questions as to whether this obligation is really for them. The other thing to notice is that although the word data silo is now more or less common currency, and so there's no escaping it, that is a bit of a misleading label, because what we are prohibiting is the specific use of certain data is siloed. So it's not that data as a whole cannot be used for anything. This data, which is not publicly available, must be siloed for these purposes. And this matters when it comes to compliance, because then we need to decide which data first, but also which purposes are to be siloed, so that the data can move around the company for certain purposes and not for others. And therefore, in terms of implementing the design of this, it's very important to have an appropriate process by which the data is siloed for the reasons that it is prohibited, but is also freely available for the corporation for others. And we think a good lesson for how to think about effective implementation is to look at some merger decisions. And I think Google Fitbit, the commitments there suggest the kind of implementation that we could potentially see in the context of the DMA. Just to highlight a few things, a lot of the commitment is about defining data, defining and documenting who has access to that data, providing processes to test whether there is a data failure, providing processes to prevent circumvention, and then really empowering in the merger regulation, it's different, but here empowering the compliance officer with an oversight role to see whether or not the system that has been put in place is sufficiently robust. So this is one where I think process-driven compliance is going to be perhaps more important than sort of outcome-based compliance. It'll be difficult to see what the outcomes are of this. But I think there are lessons from the merger regulation that allow us to see the kinds of things we should expect from implementation of this obligation under the DMA. And finally, on data portability, I treat the two provisions similarly. We have a few general principles that animate the discussion: effectiveness, proportionality, which we've discussed, participation, and also non-discrimination as a general principles to inform the implementation of this obligation. I think the greatest trade-off here, or the greatest challenge in implementing data portability, is between giving access to data versus protecting the privacy and security of the user. And to a certain extent, when third parties are handed the data of the user, then we need to determine a little bit how secure is that data in the hands of the third party, and who is the one to determine who the third party is that is sufficiently secure, and how do we certify that the third party can be trusted. And again here, to a certain extent, empowering the end user to make this choice also requires them to trust the system. And so one corollary to empowerment is to have a system which is sufficiently robust that allows the users to feel that, yes, I am consenting to my data being transferred to a third party whom I can trust, and that there's a verification mechanism that the user can then confidently make that choice. And to a certain extent here, the last point I want to make is the importance of participation in shaping this obligation. So this is one of those obligations which I think will be more of a process than an immediate outcome on March 7, because to a certain extent, a set of agreements will have to be made in terms of technical standards for approving third parties to process the data. And so it may be that rather than, whilst I think with Article 6.2 we can think about a discrete event, here is my plan for compliance, with the data portability, I think compliance will be more of a process than just a one-off compliance. So when we have a short-term solution and a more longer-term coming later. And I'll stop there, thanks.
Thank you very much, Giorgio. Now maybe, Mark, if you can come on the floor. So Mark wrote that report with Jan Kramer, who is online, because he had to teach and meet his president this morning, so he couldn't make it. But he's online with us, and so he will intervene in the debate afterwards.
Le pointeur, il est où, tu sais? C'est ça, non? Oui. Ah, okay, so thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm going to discuss this issue paper with Jan Kramer, which discusses some key issues and trade-offs that may arise from the implementation of the horizontal and vertical interoperability obligations in the DMA. So let's start with horizontal interoperability. So horizontal interoperability is discussed in Article 7 of the DMA, as you all know, and it concerns the so-called number independent interpersonal communication services, so the NICs, and currently WhatsApp and Facebook Messenger have been designated, and iMessage may be designated later. So horizontal interoperability concerns only basic functionalities of the service, like text messaging, but not all, and in the future more functionalities. It is to be provided upon request of the access seekers, or the potential access seekers, and be free of charge. So first topic that we discuss in the report, the first issue that we discuss in the report is how user consent should be managed. So users, when interoperability is implemented, may be asked whether they accept to be discoverable on the services that they are using, but by other users of other services. And so the question here, first question, is whether it should be an opt-in regime where users obviously accept to be discoverable, or whether it should be an opt-out regime. And in the report, what we argue is that for reasons of privacy and reasons of transparency also, an opt-in regime should be favored, and then we propose a practical solution to implement that. So a second aspect of consent that may be relevant for users is consent for interoperable communication. So when I receive a call from the outside through interoperability, should I give consent to accept this call or not? So some services do that right now. So what we argue in the report is that whether we introduce such kind of consent may depend on how the consent for discoverability is implemented. So if there is a clear consent from the users to be discoverable, maybe we can take it for granted that they accept interoperable communications. So this is it. And nonetheless, so then what we discuss in the paper is also that there are some key technical challenges for the gatekeepers and the third parties to make interoperability functional. So a first technical challenge concerns what I've discussed, that is user discoverability or identity discoverability. So how technically users can be discoverable across networks. And here there is no easy solution, and whatever the approach that is taken, there should be probably some level of standardization needed. So the second technical challenge concerns protocol interoperability, and here the technical problem is to make communications across networks as secure as they are right now within networks, in particular in terms of end-to-end encryption. And the problem is that different networks today may use different and incompatible protocols for end-to-end encryption, making it complicated to implement interoperable secure communications right now. And the third technical challenge that is to be fixed and solved is how to implement abuse prevention. So when there are malicious actors that, for example, spam others or try to lure people into buying things, so how can it be managed? So it's relatively complex right now, even in centralized systems. But with interoperability, we'll have decentralized independent systems, and abuse prevention will be even more complex. And these technical challenges, they raise a number of trade-offs that I'm going to discuss now. So the first one is between standardization and API, so the development of standardized application protocol interfaces, APIs, for interoperability, versus the use of proprietary APIs by each gatekeeper that has been designated. So we believe there are strong benefits to standardization because it's going to reduce the cost of interoperability for all market players. And also what we argue when we discuss the technical challenges is that probably to fix some of these challenges, some level of standardization is in any way indispensable. So anyway, so we may think that standardization is unlikely to result from the gatekeepers themselves, but in the DMA, so there is this Article 48, which opens the door that the Commission could perhaps push for standardization, and then we conclude by some open questions, so about when the Commission could indeed invoke Article 48 to push for standardization of interoperability, and how the standardization process should be organized between the different players. The second trade-off is between APIs, between security and privacy. So there are two key objectives in Article 7. One is to protect privacy, and the other one, which is to protect security. And what we argue is that these two objectives are a little bit at odds, because, for example, to protect security, so for example, to implement end-to-end encryption for interoperable systems, then some level of exchange of metadata of users seems necessary, and it's the same for abuse prevention. So there's going to be a trade-off. So either privacy is reduced or security is reduced, but it seems not achievable to maintain the level of security while protecting privacy, as the article is envisaging. So a follow-up question is whether actually the gatekeepers themselves could use this kind of inconsistency to invoke Article 7.9 to reject interoperability on the grounds that it would damage the integrity, the security of their networks, or reduce the privacy of users. Last question or trade-off that we discuss is the role of choice, architecture, and interface design, which is developed in the paper by Amelia Fletcher in the book. But we think that it plays also a key role for interoperability, because at the end of the day, interoperability is a provision that aims at increasing the choice set for the consumers. And so it's going to be key how the choice set is provided to the users. and because it's going to have implications on how easy and useful consumers see the interoperability provisions. So let me move now to vertical interoperability. So vertical interoperability, it's two main obligations for us. It's Article 6.4 about side loading of apps and third-party app stores, and Article 6.7 about access to essential functionalities of operating systems. So, whereas Article 7 is quite restrictive in a sense, so it applies only to NICs, Article 6.4 and Article 6.7 actually is very wide and open-ended, so it applies to almost everything we can think of. The idea is that there should be some kind of bottleneck resource to which there should be access. So what we do in the report is we do something which is different than for horizontal interoperability. So we discuss some kind of overarching principles that should apply to vertical interoperability. And why we do so? Because right now it's hard to find a specific example of vertical interoperability in terms of Article 6.7 that we could really focus on and then detail, and therefore we take a more general approach also for the report. And so we have 5 principles. The first one of them is that there should be some kind of screening of access requests. So not all access requests should be accepted. So obviously what we argue is that access to an essential functionality should be provided only to the extent that actually the gatekeeper itself uses that functionality. But vertical integration is necessary, but not sufficient, nonetheless. And so the question is, are the features really essential for the third parties? And here what we argue is that to use some kind of economies of scope, there is this 3 criteria test in telecommunications regulations, and we think it could be a useful approach here. The second step is to screen access seekers, so not only access requests. And why is it so? Because there could be some players that may endanger the hardware or software systems of the gatekeepers, and the gatekeepers are allowed to take the necessary measures to protect that. And we think one approach to meet this goal is to let gatekeepers grant and possibly revoke access licenses based on objective criteria. So a third principle is about who should define and manage the interfaces. And here, to be quick, so what we argue is that because the gatekeepers know the technology better, they should be the one defining and managing the interfaces. But we think that standardization should play a role, so perhaps in the longer term, and should be developed whenever possible. Access to the essential features should be provided with terms that are consistent with the equivalence of input principle, meaning that they should be provided on the same terms as the terms for when the gatekeeper themselves use the same functionality. And finally, the 5th principle is to have a neutral choice architecture. Again, so choice at the end of the day is going to be critical here in the success of this provision, and therefore it should play a key role. And we argue that all these 5 principles are not to take into silos, but they are interdependent, and so it depends. So the assessment should be done with all principles in mind. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mark. So now we will discuss. So as I said, we have 2 groups of obligation, and so the speaker you speak about what you want, but ideally you no more than 3 minutes. So I will start with you, Chris. So you have this interesting initiative. So on the data transfer initiative. So if you can just explain a little bit what you are doing and where you are there, and then also one thing you like and one thing you like less in the report. I guess it will be the data-related obligation that you will talk about, but it's up to you.
Thank you. Yes, I'm Chris Riley. I'm Executive Director of the Data Transfer Initiative. It's a relatively new organization, so just a little bit on who we are so you understand the context we're coming from. And I got this from the Monti paper, actually, a nice framing of the goal of the DMA as helping markets be more effective, putting users in control, and encouraging innovation by gatekeepers and by other parties to create a level playing field in the space. We're working towards those same goals at DTI. Our mission is to build a vibrant data transfer ecosystem. We want users not to feel trapped by their own data and more empowered to be able to use it in places and where they see fit. We have a two-part work stream. The first is building open source technologies and shared data models to support data transfers. And the second is to serve as a resource building on that expertise for policy efforts related to portability. In both of these, we work together with partners from all stakeholder groups, large industry, small industry, civil society, and government to realize these missions and to deliver our substance. So I will be very quick, but I'm going to give two broad things. One broad thing I like, one narrow thing I like, one narrow thing I dislike, and one broader thing. For both of the papers, I would say the breadth and the pragmatism of the analysis of realistic implementation pathways, I think is the real strength. I think these are the goals of the papers, and I think they delivered on them quite well. One specific thing that I very much like was from the Monti paper on 6.9, the language about trust and third parties. A quote I wrote down in my notes here, "It is key that the authorized third party receiving the user's data under Article 6.9 can be trusted and must adhere to the GDPR and adequately protect the data in their respective systems." This is an exercise that we're working on at DTI right now, how we can gather parties together and build something like a trust framework. How can we build a shared understanding of what kinds of questions can be asked, what kinds of evidence can be gathered and submitted to arrive at this outcome in a mutually acceptable way without rebuilding in gatekeeper controls and limitations that could otherwise impede portability. One more narrow thing that I read actually in the Barreau and Kramer paper, if you don't mind me speaking to both, I'm not sure that I understand how discoverability is used in that. I'd love to hear a little bit more when we get to that. But discoverability, from my perspective, when you think about a messaging service, I don't search for people on WhatsApp. I connect with them only when I already know who they are, and I think there are sort of different pathways in there. And then a broader thing that I would say I dislike is less dislike and more a place where I felt both papers, but particularly the Monti paper, could have gone a bit further in that goal of pursuing pragmatism. It's really hard to get to standards. So the practical work of sort of understanding and arriving at a shared articulation of what data must be transferred in order to effectuate a user's intent to migrate their data, and then building the adapters that must be necessary to align the application programming interfaces that will be different between that source and destination. It just, sometimes it feels a little too easy to say, yeah, we should have a standard, so let's find a standards body and put everyone in that room and work it out. And sometimes that's not even possible. We've seen standards exercises with a lot of resources and energy go into them just fail. And again, I think it's still the right direction of travel, but I would have liked to see a little bit more in the paper recognizing just how hard that exercise is.
Thank you. Can I ask you one follow-up question on the data transfer initiative? Because it's hard as well, I guess, maybe not as hard as standardization, but how do you ensure that you have different view, and that you have all the view necessarily represented?
Well, I think that's the necessary exercise, is bringing the right people to the table initially, talking to people, asking everyone who you talk to, who else should we talk to, and then constantly iterating on outputs and processes, right? I think this is the same exercise the Commission has in developing its implementation of these laws in many ways, and the regulators as well. You need to recognize that the first step that you take will always be incomplete, will always benefit from further refinement, further discussion, and more perspective, and we certainly take that approach as well.
Thank you. Now I go to you, Audrey, so if you can again speak on one thing you like, what thing you don't like, but also I wanted you to speak a little bit about this new coalition of which Qualcomm is a member, so this coalition for open digital ecosystem, which is in a way the goal of the DMA, and so that's interesting if you can speak a little bit about what's the role of this coalition and what do you foresee also in the year to come.
Thanks, and very happy to be with you today. So first, I would like to congratulate Mark and Jan. I will concentrate more on the paper on interoperability. And I have to say that I was a bit annoyed by the instruction of like and don't like. Like, okay, I want to say what I want, but okay, but I really like the challenge. So what I like, and really, I like the report. I read it carefully last week in between working on organizing Davos, so a lot of drama, but trying to concentrate on this report. And I think it raised a number of great questions. I really like the way it was presented in a kind of professor way. Look at this example, A, B, C, D. I thought I knew a lot about interoperability, standardization, and messaging because I've been working a lot this year on it. And after reading the report, I'm like Jon Snow, I know nothing. But while I was reading the report, and that's the other thing I liked about the report, and I'm just going to give you a personal anecdote, then I go to the I don't like, and then I go to code. But over Christmas, I was in Brussels, preparing Davos, preparing a number of things. And I thought, it's the perfect time that we have code, that I'm switching ecosystem. It's Christmas, I have time. So I'm going to switch from one environment to another one. So I went to the portability, changing, making sure I have everything synchronized. And then I forgot something. I'm communicating with my daughter. She's 8 years old. You might think I'm crazy, but you will see. She's 8 years old, and she doesn't have a phone because I don't want her to have a phone. So she has a tablet, a special one. We used to communicate via iMessage. I moved to a phone where I don't have iMessage. So she started to send me cool stuff, and I'm not receiving your message. And then she said, but you work on phone, so how can you fix it? So I said, okay. I explained to her, this is a NIC, she's 8 years old, she gets it. But then I needed to find another app, and I started to look into what app I can have without having a phone number. And then I read Mark and Jan, and I said, okay. So you mentioned one app in the report, so I'm not going to make any advertisement, but thanks to you, you solved a family problem. So happy to tell you more about this as well, but really, so that's the first time a CERRE report is finding a family solution in the Scots Referencing family. So now we have the app, and we are testing it. And it's kind of interesting because, we were talking about education and digital native a little bit earlier today. But, I tried to teach her to be cautious on the internet, to not download everything. So I'm controlling everything, but at the same time, I can explain the value of security, the value of privacy. Moving to what I didn't really like. So it took me a long time. But page 27. When you talk, and it's interoperability versus innovation. It's true that when I read it, you are taking both sides. So you are mentioning the report from Fiona, and you're mentioning another report. So it's quite balanced. But I had to find something I didn't like. So I don't like the title. But in addition to that, just to be a little bit more concrete, I think that opposing interoperability and innovation is a little bit static from my perspective and for someone working at Qualcomm. Probably because we work in the mobile ecosystem and digital environment, and we are strong believer that, and maybe it's a little bit like a religion now, because I've been a decade at Qualcomm, I really embed the value. But the smartphone environment, and many people mentioned it earlier today, created a lot of innovation, myriad of innovation, but as well the fact that we can have the phone, we can download, most of the time now we can pay, we can do many, many things that before we're not able to do. We have our CEO, he has a funny picture, I didn't bring it, but he likes technology and all of that. But 30 years ago, you need to have a device to listen to the music. You needed to have a device to record, and so on and so forth. Basically now, everything is in your pocket. And you travel seamlessly, it works. So this title, interoperability versus innovation, I don't like it, sorry. On code now, so that's a little bit more on innovation. So just for you to know that the first time I'm presenting code, I'm a member.
Could you recall what
yes.
code is the acronym? Because
yes. So CODE stands for the Coalition for Open Digital Ecosystem. It is a new baby, okay? That's a European baby that might be like international baby. It was launched 1 month ago, a very small baby, okay? We have 10 members, and I'm gonna mention them by alphabetical order. Google, Honor, Lenovo, Lynx, Meta, Motorola, Nothing, Opera, Qualcomm, and Wire. See a lot of letters from the alphabet. If you think about these two names, and we have more coming in the near future, but you have a kind of interesting balance, DMA perspective-wise. You have geographical balance, you have gatekeepers, you have non-gatekeepers, you have people benefiting from potentially some articles of the DMA, and you have people that are just curious about, what the DMA do. I'm going to mention the 4 principles, and after, I'm happy to answer any question because I don't want to be too long. So the principles are opening up digital ecosystems through cross-industry collaboration, promoting seamless connectivity and interoperable systems, all words very difficult to pronounce for a French woman, empowering consumers to choose devices and services with ease, and nurture an environment of open access. So a lot of openness. This organization is open. Anyone willing to join, they can contact any members. There is a website, and happy to answer. Sorry, more question.
Thank you very much. I mean, it seems to be that the objective of the DMA, maybe the Commission could join the coalition at some point.
Maybe.
Now we can go to Daniel from the CCIA.
Thank you, and it's a pleasure to be here today. I'm relatively new at the CCIA, only 3.5 months, so I'm a slightly older baby, but it's a pleasure to be here. And a little bit like Audrey, I just want to explain a little bit who I represent, because indeed a lot of the questions here are about gatekeepers, but our membership also includes companies from across the space, including access seekers, also companies potentially close to designations. So it's a really interesting mix of perspectives as well. And indeed, I've never had so much homework to do for a short panel before. So that was rather unusual as a dislike. That might be the first one, although it was also very interesting. And I have to say, it was really interesting reading. I'm sorry also, Audrey, that you're not in Davos after having spent Christmas preparing. But it's a pleasure. We have snow in Brussels today. So for me, I think the main point that I like also with my diverse membership is really that both papers actually point out the complexity of this and that there is no one right path, right? So different companies will be designated as gatekeeper and different services for very different reasons, and the solutions have to take that into account, and I think that's a very important principle. We see why we do need similar rules for similar services, but acknowledging that there are differences and taking that into account, and I think that's a critical point. And perhaps that was one of the other small dislikes in the papers, where it almost read like there had to be one uniform sort of approach on some of the things, and standardization does make sense to a point, but there can't be a uniform solution either, and I'm actually very curious to hear about you on that. I think if I'm looking at things that I liked, I think it makes the case very strongly that you cannot compel companies on the design of the business in certain ways. I think what Georgios said at the beginning, to focus very much on process, not on outcome, is key. And I thought the paper mentions also briefly the output indicators, and I just want to flag, for example, that I think in general for almost any company or sectors, that's probably not a good place to go, because an output indicator can be impacted by so many other things, and really it's about the process, and it's about creating choices for consumers, right? This is not about having an impact on market cap. It's not having a very demonstrable impact on user behavior, on completely changing user behavior on services. It's much more about giving that right choice. And I think both papers really highlight that on a very clear, factual level, which, you know, is not often the case to see something so clear. I do want to say on interoperability that, you know, the aim of the DMA really is that the interoperability rules broaden the choices for users, foster opportunities, but I actually don't agree with Audrey a little bit, because I do worry that it will impede the innovative capabilities of some of the platforms, and we do have to assess the impact on innovation and indeed on security and on privacy, and we do need to consider some of the sort of distinct features of the markets and of the strategies. I think the papers could have even gone further in looking at those questions, but obviously there have been other CERRE papers on this, and it's relatively complicated. I do think trying to condense these discussions into also what the DMA is not is important, because too many of the discussions in the last few days as well in Brussels have been about many things that people think the DMA should be, but that's really not what it's about. And so, you know, I think it's a very exciting time to hear from you, really, where we are, where we're going, what the Commission is doing to prepare, what other types of experts you're going to be talking to, and indeed the outcomes on the 7th of March will be very different than in a year. Yes, exactly. One other thing I did want to say, because it was covered a little bit, is, you know, avoiding that free of charge, you know, is interpreted in too open a way, because we can get into that a bit later, but I do think that there are benefits to users from these ecosystems, and that just saying free of charge, opening it up too much, I think Jan and Mark, your paper was very good in showing that there are real risks if you don't limit. And then the final thing that I was a bit worried about, and it's also the nature of the fact that it's a more academic paper, is as a user reading the possible choices and applications of those choices that might be presented to me, I found it quite terrifying. So I'm really looking forward to hearing a little bit more about what it might mean from the Commission's point of view, because I think that some of these potential choices in trying to solve some of the things that the Commission wants to address, I'm worried that the solution might be overly complicated and damaging for consumer behavior and towards ecosystems in general and towards almost any company. So I'm going to stop there for now. But really, really impressive homework. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Now we go to Chiara from so the French regulatory, Telecom Regulatory Authority, and from BEREC.
Thanks a lot. I really enjoyed reading the paper, so I will focus mainly on the interoperability paper because it's something that I am more competent on. I found it very informative and very instructive. It builds on another paper that I read last year, and I think on this one you really have like very concrete questions that you raise and you give concrete examples, so I really appreciated this. And I also found that the solutions that you were proposing and also explaining why one solution would be better than another one was very useful. And I also think that also like the technical workshop which was organized by the European Commission last year in February, and also the discussions which it raised and so on, it also gave you like some very interesting technical feedback and to build on, and it was very really much appreciated that you built on this and tried to see how the implementation could be implemented. It's a bit the exercise that we had to do at BEREC last year as well on the challenges, technical challenges for interoperability, so I understand like the pain in doing this exercise. But I think it really succeeded well in doing this. And so this is what I really liked, and I also really liked, I'm sorry to say, but I also really liked the fact that you are presenting like what users may be confronted with, because it's actually, maybe now users are a bit passive, but I'm not sure that we should just stay with this and say, okay, they are passive, so let's keep them passive. Maybe it's just actually what we want to create is that they are more aware of actually of how, what is the architecture, the technical architecture behind, and how they can also actually influence the kind of service that they are enjoying. So I think it's actually very good to have this kind of approach and show what users can be, I mean, what kind of choices users can be given. So I will not go into the details of what I really liked technically, but actually I really liked that it was so technical and that it was really giving like solutions as well. Maybe I will just then go to what I didn't really like, but it's also there I had to take some time to think about it. And then I understood when I was reading, I was like, I'm a bit frustrating, something is missing, but I didn't see what right away. And then I understood it was the reference offer, because as a telco regulator, of course, I was expecting like more analysis on like this technical reference offer, that it has to be prepared by the gatekeeper, and like what the implications, what kind of technical details should be there, how it should be updated, and so on. So then I was reading the paper on interoperability like a bit more as a standalone paper, so I didn't find it right away. But then I went to look for it in the report, and I found actually there were some elements about this. But maybe since some people are just interested on interoperability, may focus on just this chapter, maybe to just integrate some of the main challenges. Because I think, like for instance, in the updating mechanism is really key, because as Chris was saying, like the first time, you will probably get it, let's not say wrong, but not perfect. So the updating mechanism will be like really key. And I think it's something that should be highlighted, and also that it is also linked to the regulatory dialogue, which has to be set up, and it's very good actually that in the report we have a full chapter on the regulatory dialogue and how it can be organized and so on. So it's something that I also really appreciated. So yeah, so just on the reference offer, I think there are some challenges, and as BEREC we also published a report like defining and listing the minimum criteria which should be there in the reference offer. And then another thing is about, so you did it well in the presentation, so now I think that we agree, but in the report, for instance, there is a part about the challenges, which is opposing APIs and standardization, while APIs, I mean, it's not really, yeah, you see what I mean. It's not opposing, so standardization, it can be standardized APIs, but you present it as proprietary APIs, so in any case, I think we totally agree, but just maybe just not to create confusion. And then the last point is about vertical interoperability. On this, so at ARCEP, we are big fans of these obligations, because it's something that we already worked on back in 2017 when nobody was talking about it. With the device, our work on device neutrality as well. So I'm really a big fan of these obligations. And I was a bit confused about some of the analysis that you are doing, especially when, for instance, you are mentioning the 3 criteria test. So as a regulator, of course, I'm happy to see that we can use some of our regulatory tools also in the DMA. But I think in this case, it's actually not really totally, I mean, I was a bit confused to think why we are mentioning it there, while the DMA is actually built in a very different way as some ex-ante regulatory process, also to avoid that there is this burden of proof, which sometimes it's lengthy and can actually be avoided in the case of the DMA. So in this case, I was a bit confused to see the references to the 3 criteria test and the theory of ARM and so on. So that's all, I think. So congrats, because I really enjoyed reading it. I didn't do it over Christmas, but it was still a very nice read.
Thank you very much, Kira. And now we go to Filomena. How is your reaction to what you have heard and also to the report?
Thanks, Alexander. I join the co-panelists in saying that it's very interesting and very enjoyable for us to read the report and all the papers. And if I focus, I will have comments on both papers actually. So since we are working on across the board on different obligations, these 2 papers cover so many of them and with so many interesting intricacies analysis that it will be also difficult for me to go into everything that the papers triggered when I was reading them. But if I start with the interoperability paper, I think one thing that struck me, and I say like this is finally we are discussing concrete elements of the interoperability in the sense meant by Article 7. Because we had long discussions on what interoperability is and how important or not important innovation. That's a bit of a slip also for me, like these are policy discussions that are behind us or ahead of us, but in the future. But at the moment, the added value that I found of this paper is really the concrete mapping of the issues that are relevant for such a discussion, for the interoperability under Article 7. And in this regard, as I said, albeit I could see some slips still into the theoretical issues around interoperability. At the same, another element that I also found very interesting, and so with my colleagues, was the fact that there is a discussion of the trade-offs on what should the gatekeeper do, what should the access seeker do, because that's not a neutral element, and that has a big impact. And there I get to the more than what I don't have things I don't like, but things I would like to see more. Maybe that's the way of putting it. This is a proposal. The reference offer is in the hands of the gatekeeper. It's a different system than an industry-wide standard or interoperability. So what the gatekeeper might propose in 2 months, 1.5, has an impact in whether the offer is interesting for the user, for the access seeker to take. So how does this tension impact the effectiveness? That's also an element that is relevant for the assessment of compliance. The same is so the dynamic angle, what is possible to do today, but then it would preclude innovation or adaptations that are coming in the future, that might also discourage take up of an offer. So it's another more dynamic form of effectiveness that I would argue will feed also into the reflections on compliance. And also how the different elements that you have identified, which are very useful and very important, how they fit into the concept of effectiveness. Because if the different challenges, you may have a wonderful spam filter, but not a good protocol. So how do you balance in the assessment of effectiveness these elements? So I'll say, and say my last point on Article 7, but actually that's a bit across. It's also in the paper on data. It's also in the other papers. Attention on interfaces and how users are nudged, triggered to accept things, to do one or the other things. We are paying, and we will pay a lot of attention to this. But then again, what is left missing, what are the behavioral insights that we can use in this analysis? There are several out there, but on interoperability perhaps not yet, because it's the first time on messaging system. So these were some of the thoughts that were triggered by the reading of the interoperability part. And one thing on the on the vertical interoperability. You heard it from Chiara. I had the same reaction when I went into the discussion on reading the discussion on Article 6.7. Like, where does this theory of harm comes from now, and what is the three-pronged, the three criteria test of telecoms? I come from telecoms in my past, but so this was totally surprising, because actually, where is even the legal basis for this? Because I went. The text of the DMA talks about features that are available or used by the gatekeepers. And you mentioned, Mark, it presupposes a bottleneck. Yeah, it's called the CPS listed in the designation decision. So what other bottleneck do we need? So it's very perplexing that the papers, the second part of the paper starts on this. while there are certain interesting elements later on that are more in the logic of the DMA. So there is even like the fact that there have to be criteria for to qualify for the access, that they have to be clear in advance, that there has to be a process that can be assessed by third parties. There are different ideas which for me are in the logic of the DMA. So then it's really striking that there is this discrepancy between the first part and the second part of the, so the first principle in particular and the other four in a way. So that's, let's say, the most perplexing part of the interoperability paper. On the data paper, okay, little anecdote, I will take 10 seconds of my time, which I've already, of course, gone over. A year ago, we were still in the process of hiring the staff. Now we are nearly full in the team. And I remember to one candidate, I asked the question, if you had to pick one provision in the DMA that you think is the most innovative or most interesting, the candidate was like, oh, well, 5.2. I mean, no doubt. Of course, that person is in the team now. So other people would find 5.2 very confusing. At least a year ago, now we have moved on and we know much more about, or at least there have been a lot of reflection. So also thanks to the colleague who joined the team, being so enthusiastic about 5.2. So it's a very peculiar also provision in the DMA. So what in the paper, again, I find very, very interesting is the fact that you talk about what is compliance in concrete. So what are the possible options in your analysis? And I would agree with the paper that there is, it's left to the choice of a company how they organize their business model. That's the nature of the instrument, but within the limits set by the DMA. So if the DMA has set a limit that there shall be a less personalized alternative, there can be many alternatives, but one of them has to fulfill the less personalized but equivalent alternative. So that's but I think the paper focuses on how to achieve that, but there are different gradations, and there I have no particular views on how many of them the companies would have to offer. And actually, I think you made the point, there are so many different ways of complying, so there may be different proposals from different companies as long as the objective is achieved. So in this regard, so I also liked in the paper the terminology of data fusion. I will keep using it because combination and cross-use is too nerdish for normal conversations, I have to say. I don't know about data fusion. My favorite nerdish word I heard in the DMA is the Sherlocking, which, if I'm not mistaken, is what you call the data siloing. So I kept it, I liked the term. So to finish on this, I think if I had to say what is that I would like to see more again in that analysis is the analysis of degradation. Because if we're talking about a equivalent alternative, except for what really cannot be done without the data whose consent has been withdrawn. So what is acceptable degradation? What is unacceptable degradation? If you are asked, you make an example, if you are asked to pay for, instead of providing your data, is that a degradation of the service, for example? So there are different questions that I think are still open, and we'll have to close, of course. But the very last point is the interplay with the GDPR. I mean, indeed, the DMA is not GDPR plus, but it comes together, it complements the GDPR. And I think it's also important so we refer in the DMA, we have to refer to concepts that belong to the GDPR. Explicitly, the DMA makes this reference. At the same time, let's also not forget that what is compliance under the GDPR is horizontal, is for every company and every individual. compliance under the DMA is restricted to those that have been designated, and the tests are different, the objectives are different. So that's the framework in which we are analyzing and looking at the two. But of course, we are also discussing with the help of our friends in the DPAs, the protection authorities, how this interplay actually plays out in real terms for users and for gatekeepers. Voilà.
Thank you very much, Philomena. Now I will go to you, Jan. So you have heard several comments on your paper with Mark. So what is your reaction?
Yeah, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
So at first I have to say that was sort of the nicest discussion and feedback round I've had at CERRE so far. So thank you very much for that. Yes, I mean there have been several things said. I think the most critical was on the sort of what we said, the 3 criteria test, and that it's too late and now to sort of discuss essentiality or which bottlenecks are there, and that through the designation of CPS that ship has sailed. I think we have to differentiate a little bit that an operating system is a CPS, but then the operating system is not monolithic. It's not providing one function. It's providing many, many functions, some of which is not even clear where the boundary is to the operating system versus, some app. You can carve out things from operating system to the app. So I think there will be a discussion, necessarily a discussion needed on sort of which elements of this huge sort of software system, operating system, are now accessible and need to be accessible, and which are not. Also because in the end, we are also thinking and talking about preserving innovation incentives of those that provide the operating system. So I think we would have to acknowledge that this. So I think this is where this is coming in. Whether or not, I mean, the 3 criteria tests, I think we never put it as a definitive answer, but more as a starting point for a discussion. And I also, of course, understand, and I also share this view that the DMA and the whole structure of the DMA is set up to have not lengthy litigation about any aspect, and but let alone, I mean, you could also think of it as a principle of proportionality that kicks in anyways, right? And this was sort of our way, I think, of formalizing this a little bit in this particular context. And yes, I mean, that's probably the most, that was the most critical reaction, that I heard from the team so far. Other than that, I really appreciate the comments that have been made.
Thanks, Jan. Giorgio, maybe you want to react on what you have heard, and then if there is 1 or 2 questions, I will take them now, and then we'll finish the panel at 5 to go to the last one. But Giorgio first.
Okay. Thanks for all the comments. I appreciate some complexities weren't addressed, particularly in terms of standardizing the process. I think maybe the paper is a bit optimistic, and indeed, if you look at other sectors, it's real complicated. Just 2 responses quickly to Filomena's point. The fact that there must be one less personalized service is in the recitals, not in the articles, so it's not necessarily the law that there has to be, although I think it is the only practical solution. On degradation, I think it's true that it's difficult to know what it is, but to a certain extent, the way the DMA is phrased is, what is the status quo at the moment of compliance? And the degradation is from there. So one way of thinking about it is, what is the reasonable expectation of the user? And that has, because then that fixes a moment where you say, okay, what does the service look like before the gatekeeper changes? Of course, from there, that's just the starting point for analysis, but I agree it's completely difficult to work out.
Okay, so I see 1 question in the room. I don't know if you can give him a microphone. If there are anyone, I will take all of them at the same time. So if there is anyone else? Yes, James.
Good afternoon. James Thompson from Cullen International. What if users or some users don't want interoperability and aren't prepared to pay extra for it? Hypothetically, could Apple sell in Europe 2 versions of its iPhone? Could it sell one version of the iPhone that is not interoperable? So you can't sideload apps. iMessages won't be interoperable with other messaging services. The NFC chip will be closed, so you won't be able to use other payment wallets than Apple Pay. But consumers would have the choice of another version of an iPhone that is interoperable. A user could walk into an Apple shop or buy online and would have a choice of those two iPhones, one that is interoperable and one that is not, and perhaps the non-interoperable one might be cheaper. Would that scenario be compatible with the DMA?
Thank you. Philomena, what's your view?
I would say why, first, why would the user have to choose ex ante? Because they can always choose to not use interoperability. That's something that you can do. It's, I mean, that's also something, the DMA gives opportunities. It doesn't oblige to interoperate, neither under 7 or under 6.7. So neither the business user nor the end user are obliged to make use of that function. So I'm struggling to see what could be even the added value of such a scenario because it would be cheaper, you say. In any event,
I would allow you to relaunch the question because let's do it bilaterally.
Because interoperability might not be cost-free to the gatekeeper.
But I suggest you discuss that at the cocktail.
Anyway.
Other question or yes, and the last question, but quick question, then we close.
Isabella De Michelis. The question is for Philomena. So you talked about the importance of the horizontal regulation, GDPR, and vertical regulation, TMA. One applies to everyone, the other applies only to some. Then we know that we have the business users with this incredible long list of people who would like to have access to this data from the users and with the permission of the users if they're personal, and maybe not the permission of the users if they're not personal. Now, how does it play the DSA provision about dark pattern to the business users if they want to capitalize on the ease of access of the data of the gatekeepers by actually applying an interface that actually it's nudging their consent rather than really convincing the users to do it? Thank you.
Well, I mean, the easy reply is Article 13. I mean, using dark patterns is considered circumvention. So that's non-compliance. By non-compliance, not directly, but indirectly. But also, because you made the point before, I think, if your business users are interested, I think Chris is there to, I'm saying because it is happened in the workshop, people going to him like, hey, can I make use of your solution? Or there are business users there that are starting to see what's coming up of the DMA and what they can do with it. Data portability is one, interoperability is another one. Actually, the provisions we are discussing today are really some that have triggered the attention. And I refer to what Martijn announced this morning, the conference or the gathering that is meant exactly to raise awareness of the business users for the DMA. That's also something that is going to happen. But for the dark patterns, I think we have it covered. We have it on our radar, and it's in the law is covered.
So if I understand the answer, I just want to be sure that I understood the answer. The answer is that there will be an oversight that dark patterns will be prohibited on business users that would nudge the users if it is for the sake of data portability that may not be wanted by the users. The question is really on the business users, it's not on the gatekeepers, sorry.
That's okay, that's out of the DMA then. That's yeah, okay, but I'm not in charge. So.
Again, I mean, that's a good discussion for the cocktail. So many thanks to all the panelists for this one, and then we move to the last panel before the keynote on choice architecture. So thank you very much. If I can call the next panel on stage.
Go to the next table.
Est-ce qu'il va jeter plus
Reste là.
There's not that many of us.
Yeah, but because otherwise I don't see. I prefer to be here because I don't see. Je sais pas where you are.
That's okay.
Again, Amelia is on stage or no? I mean, is online?
I'm online.
She's okay. So the last panel of today is on choice architecture. So this is something we have discussed quite a bit already. And it's of course key because we have talked a lot about empowering user, and I mean choice architecture is one of the key tools to empower users. So Amelia, who is online, will present her paper, and then we will have a discussion. And I will start with Aurélien Maël from DuckDuckGo, then Yame Gonzalo from Aspiegel, and Kush Almani from Mozilla, and then Lucia from the Commission, who will conclude the panel. Okay, so Amelia, I don't know if she's
I am
there.
here.
Yes, we don't. Okay, cool, we see you now, perfect.
Great, and if you could load up the first slide as well. In fact, the next slide, thank you. And I'm very apologetic that I'm not there, but I've got an appointment that, in fact, I'm afraid I need to leave at the appointed time of 5:44. So we'll have to be tight on this panel. But I know you're all eager to hear the keynote from Alberto at that time. So that's maybe a good thing. Anyway, so just a quick recap, first of all, on choice architecture. And given how much it's been spoken about today, this is probably pretty old hat, but just to highlight that how important choice architecture is, first of all, in terms of steering end user decision making, both subtly but really very powerfully. One thing that we were very much encouraged to do by at least some of our sponsors in writing the paper was to highlight that choice architecture can have positive and negative effects. So when it has negative effects, it tends to be framed as dark patterns. But actually, a lot of what the gatekeepers themselves do in terms of trying to create a very smooth customer journey that means that you can, get your devices up and running really, really quickly and easily without having to make too many decisions, is also choice architecture, but it's choice architecture that kind of defaults you into a lot of things and helps you do that thing smoothly. There is clearly, therefore, and that is a positive thing. People do like that, but you immediately see that there's potentially a tension between having the smoothest possible customer journey and actually forcing or encouraging users to make a few decisions that we do want them to be making under the DMA. And just to highlight the obvious, which is that the gatekeepers are incredibly well positioned to identify and implement the choice architectures to achieve the effects that they want. They have very good data. They've got very good ability to A/B test different architectures. And actually, what's really interesting about the DMA, I think, is that more than any other legislation I've seen, it is incredibly heavily informed by behavioral insights and ensuring that choice architecture really does play a helpful or at least not unhelpful role in achieving its objectives. And I think that's been very clear already from some of the discussion we've had in the other papers today. Could I have the next slide, please? And just a few examples, obvious examples, but where we know that choice architecture is really relevant. We know that default settings are incredibly important for the search engines, the browsers, etc., that people end up using. And therefore, we have Article 6.3 with the mandated choice of browser and search engine and the easy switching of default settings. We also know from behavioral science that ranking and salience effects are incredibly important. So users will tend to choose the highest on a ranked list of options, and therefore we have Article 6.5 prohibiting self-preference in ranking. Next slide, please. We also know that end users can be really deterred by complexity, and therefore several DMA provisions require that end users really be able to carry out certain actions, but easily. So easily is really, really important. And I think what's interesting is often the focus when thinking about behavioral insights and default biases, etc., is on 6.3 and 6.4 because they cover default settings. But actually, if you go through the DMA provisions, there are at least 9, some of which have been discussed already today, where I think behavioral insights are relevant and choice architecture is relevant. And they are relevant partly through the wording of those provisions, but also partly through the emphasis under Article 8 on effectiveness and under Article 13 on anti-circumvention. All of which really mean that these provisions have to be viewed in a way as requiring choice architecture that's going to do its best to make them effective. Next slide, please. So, as in all of the papers presented today, there is no easy answers. There are no easy answers to some of the difficult issues here. Designing choice architecture is far from straightforward. So what I sought to do in the paper was to just highlight some principles that would apply when seeking, when the gatekeepers were doing this design. And there are 3 legal principles and there are 3 economic principles. The first legal principle is a very obvious one. I've already talked about effectiveness, and it literally just states that effective user choice is incredibly critical for achieving effectiveness, both contestability and fairness. The second one is around proportionality. And what's interesting within the DMA is obviously fairness relates to business users, not end users. But actually there is an issue around the treatment of end users. We don't want to create choice architecture that maybe facilitates contestability, but actually pushes end users to make choices that they're really not happy about. For example, if you took the gatekeepers off the choice screen completely, clearly that would help drive contestability, but it would not be good for end user autonomy if there's a whole lot of end users that would actually genuinely like to choose the gatekeeper's product. So there is this kind of trade-off. What we end up saying is that it's really important to have the compliance and the effectiveness, but also respect end user autonomy under the proportionality heading. And then there's another heading, principle, which is non-discrimination or neutrality. We toyed with different terminologies, which is clearly not an explicit requirement under the DMA in the same way as effectiveness is, but actually because of Article 6.5 and also because of the part of the wording in the anti-circumvention provision, we think that actually in terms of choice architecture, it's really important that non-discrimination is seen as a key design principle. And actually, it can be hard to achieve a completely neutral choice architecture. So actually how we define non-discrimination is avoiding discrimination that favors the gatekeepers, and then the gatekeepers are doing the design, so they're going to therefore have an incentive. If they can't favor themselves, they're going to have an incentive to get their design as neutral as possible in that context. And we highlight that there are 2 interesting elements in the context of choice architecture that go towards this discrimination. You can have a very steep choice architecture where, one option is very strongly the focus. It could be that there's literally just one option. It could be very high on a list. It could be very prominent. That's a very steep choice architecture. Or you could have a much shallower choice architecture where you have 3 or 4 options that are maybe horizontal, maybe randomly allocated. depending on the steepness of the design aspect, actually how the options are allocated will be more or less important. Clearly, if it's steeper, then the allocation part becomes incredibly important. Next slide, please. So those were the legal principles, and then we had 3 economic principles. The first was drawing on work actually by the Office of Fair Trading many, many years ago in the OFT, but adopted by a variety of UK regulators since, which is to employ this 4 A's choice framework, which is attend, assess, access, assess, act. And this is the idea that there's various steps on a consumer journey, a consumer decision-making journey. They have to, first of all, understand there's a decision to be made, so they have to attend to the decision. They then have to access the relevant information about that decision. They then have to be able to assess that information, and then they need to be able to act on that information. And the reason it's useful to break that down is actually choice architecture is relevant and behavioral insights are relevant to every stage. And therefore, if you're thinking about designing choice architecture that meets the effectiveness, proportionality, and non-discrimination requirements that I've already discussed, you really need to think about that all the way along the line. And in the report, and I won't give any examples here, I do have some on the following slide, but I'm not going to get into it because there's not enough time. But in the report, I go into each of those steps and talk about what the actual implications are, that would be for designing choice architecture. But it's also really important to understand that consumers or users don't behave in very predictable ways, that actually there are well understood biases in how people behave. We know there's default bias, status quo bias, prominence bias, etc., but we don't know how strong those biases are, and we don't know, therefore, how different choice architecture designs are necessarily going to affect the consumer behavior. And in that context, ex-ante testing is going to be really critical for assessing the likely impact of different choice architectures. And we say in the report that compliance reports, that we obviously already been discussing up this morning, but they should be really transparent about what the gatekeepers have done to test their choice architecture. That the gatekeepers themselves should have the primary responsibility for such testing, but actually there is an important role for the Commission to oversee that testing and make sure that that testing is really being done in a rigorous and robust way and testing the right things. And then finally, even ex-ante testing is not perfect. Actually, what you really want to do is then go back ex post and see how people have actually decided things in practice. We talked about output indicators earlier, but actually you could have more specific ex post evidence in relation to choice screens. What choices did people make? And maybe do surveys afterwards. Was that the survey, was that the choice you actually intended to make? Why did you make that choice? Was it because it was the most salient, or was it because what you were actually looking for in the first place? So that's what the report covers. I'm very interested to hear the views of the panel.
Thank you very much, Amelia. And so now we go to the usual way, and one thing you like and one thing not that you don't like, but that you think we could have gone further or whatever. Aurélien.
Thank you, thank you, Alexandre. So I represent DuckDuckGo, a privacy company that offers a search engine and a browser. So thank you very much to CERRE for inviting DuckDuckGo again. I'm saying again because I was sitting, I think, on the same spot of a panel discussing a choice screen report from Amelia Fletcher exactly 1 year ago. A report full of good ideas. We especially like the focus on this behavioral approach to all these issues. We would have liked the report to go to the end of this idea, but also looking at, for instance, the ranking factor and how that can play a role in the selections that are made on the choice screen. Now, for me, the question is, 1 year after sitting here, how much actually from Amelia's recommendation from last year and this year have been taken on board. And the reality is that less than 50 days before Compliance Day, as far as we can tell, we have many questions still open. And in our experience, this is because the constructive consultation process that we heard again, Mrs. Vestager called for a few days ago on TV, has not materialized much. On our end, we have many questions left unanswered, many pieces of feedback also left unaddressed. But these questions, in our view, are key to the user experience. We need to remember that this is the first time that millions of users are going to be asked for the first time which search or browser default they want to pick. And large parts of these people didn't even know that it could be changed in the first place, or sometimes couldn't even distinguish between what a search engine and a browser is. And so we really have to acknowledge how closed off the choice has been until now if we want to design the right solutions, which means making them intuitive and designed with ease of choice and contestability in mind. Because we all know that, of course, small tweaks from the gatekeepers can have a big impact on the actual choices people make. So a few questions from my end. We're asking now, will the design choices that are going to be made be supported by research showing that they've been done maximizing fairness and contestability? Which data source, which credible data source will be used to select and rank the options on these choice screens? We still don't know. What about existing users? So we heard that Chrome users will see the choice screens on the 7th of March, but it's not clear yet. Will it be the case for Android users? And if not, then why not? Will we, as a search app, be able to show users a button so they can easily switch all of their access points at once on their operating system? Also something that is in the DMA and on which we have no clear visibility. What we are seeing so far looks a lot like the existing legacy Android choice screen for search engines, which in our view is an old recipe that is not going to comply with the new requirements under the DMA. This choice screen has had little impact on the market precisely because it did not address these questions that I listed and several others probably. And it has a low coverage, only 15 to 20% of users seeing it every year. And of course, a high switching complexity on your phone with some access points being locked to Google and the inability to change everything easily at once. So that's it for me. I just want to stress that with all this being said, we of course have still a very keen interest to take part in the conversation, collaborate before the deadline on certain technical issues, and of course anytime thereafter.
Thank you very much. Yame?
Very good. We are the last session, the last panel before the keynote, so I'm going to make my intervention a bit more interactive to make it more appealing. So, together with browsers and search engines, probably for any mobile phone user, what is the core element you use to interact with the world? It's probably an app store, right? So that's my area of expertise, app stores. And what I liked of the paper is that across the board, gatekeepers, academia, and so on, we agreed that choice is good. But the paper, I mean, it's good. If you go to a restaurant and you cannot choose what to eat, obviously it's worse than if you can choose, right? So what the paper describes very well is that choice is not as enough to be compliant as effective choice. Now, effective choice means that choosing between a car and a car without wheels, that is not effective. So the question that you can ask yourselves is, when do we know that the choice options that we are given, as Aurélien said, there are some elements changing, but is it enough? Is the choice effective enough? How expert do I need to be? How do I need to wait for a compliance report? You don't need to. Let's make a very simple DIY exercise, do it yourself, if you want to check if choice is effective enough. There are two major operating systems on mobile, iOS, Android. You can take any iOS device and start it from the beginning. From the beginning, you configure it and see how many alternative app stores you can find and use until you find the Apple App Store. If the answer is 0, and iPhone is self-preferencing from their operating system their own app store, well, then effective choice is not there yet. Now, let's talk about the other one, about Android. Take any Android open source device, the Amazon Kindle Fire, a Murena device, anyone that doesn't have the Google license in it, and try to use any of the other Google Core Platform services in it. Try to find and use YouTube and see what happens. You will realize that you cannot find it. There's no way to get access to that. There's no way to access the Play Store or YouTube. And if you try to open it, it will not work. So choice is really not effective there. So this exercise can be done now and on the 6th of March and on the 7th. If these two elements continue like this, then you know that some elements of effective choice still need some tweaking.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we go to question. Now, I mean, I realize that you may think that the balance is unbalanced, and indeed it is, but we have proposed to the gatekeeper also to attend, but they were preparing on a panel. So just to let you know that it's not on purpose that we did this panel like this. Yes, Kash.
Thanks, Alexandre. So I'm actually going to challenge your choice architecture and answer 3 questions. Firstly, because can you hear me? Yeah? So firstly, why is it an important issue from the perspective of a non-gatekeeper company? Secondly, how does it help us to think about gatekeeper compliance? And thirdly, where can we go further? Because Amelia's written an excellent paper. It really is a good intervention. I recommend you'll read it if you haven't already. And it's such an important topic. The user interface really is the window to all of your devices, whether it's your laptops, your tablets, your smartphones. And behavioral economists are really famous for saying that there's no such thing as neutral choice architecture. And that raises some questions next time you pick up your phone. Please don't do it right now. But who designed the particular user interface? Why have they designed it that way? And what are the product and business drivers behind the decisions they've made, the choices they've made in that design? And under the DMA, many of the obligations actually relate to user interface design and user choice. In fact, in my opinion, almost all of them do. And it's the point that Mark made earlier as well, because even Article 6.7, interoperability, which is supposed to create a level playing field in terms of features and functionalities between third-party apps and the apps of the gatekeepers. You might have the best app in the world, but if you can't access that app because of the choice architecture, it's irrelevant. So from our point of view, I think that it's not only having a fantastic product, but it's also being able to get users to use them. And that means being able to download the product, being able to set it to default if it's a browser, and also being able to continue to use it without self-preferencing and interference from the operating system. And although experience varies from gatekeeper to gatekeeper, operating system to operating system, it's not something that you can say yes to for all of these questions currently. And that's why the questions Amelia's raised in her paper and the answers she's given are really important. And so the second thing I wanted to get into is kind of why it's helpful. Amelia's report is really helpful as a framework to think about compliance proposals from the gatekeepers. For example, in the context of obligations about easy defaults and being able to change your default easily in the settings, Amelia sets out a range of requirements, things like it should be easy to find an action, a choice, that the presentation should not be discriminatory, and also that there shouldn't be any nudges or prompts in the gatekeeper's products. I mean, these are just a few of many, and it's a really good framework to think about this. And the same goes for choice screens as well. Completely agree with what she's written there in terms of the way the DMA mandates choice. Thinking about timing is really important. Is the choice screen shown at a point that is relevant for users? And also the information that's given to users. are they provided with enough information to make a decision and to make a decision that they grasp without overloading them? And as you can tell from what I was saying earlier, there are plenty of opportunities to subtly influence that choice. And gatekeepers are, and have long been incentivized to direct people to their own products. So what that means is this framework and thinking about kind of choice architecture is not a one-time thing in March 2024, but it's something we should bear in mind, for the next few years as compliance develops and things go on. And hopefully we'll continue to do that. And then the third area I wanted to cover was, where can the report go further? Where could it have gone further? And the final area I wanted to pick up there really was on the importance of research and testing under the DMA. To a large extent, we're in the dark about what compliance looks like, as many people have said throughout today. But we're not completely helpless. We're not sitting on our hands waiting for a phone call from gatekeepers. As Amelia pointed out, in our paper there is scope to do research, and so that we have empirical evidence about how design affects user choice. But this is an area I think actually we can go further and be more ambitious. There's a notion that gatekeepers have all of the data and all of the information because they own the operating systems on which we all compete. Of course that's true, and it means that regulators and third-party independent competitors who don't have an operating system are on the back foot. But we can be creative about how we close those gaps and how we close the information asymmetry that exists by doing our own research. Bayuk, for example, has published a really good paper on in this area on choice architecture in the autumn. And actually in September, we published our own research as well about browser choice screens and what makes them effective. Because at Mozilla, we've seen browser choice screens a number of times on desktop and on mobile. And we've seen they've not really been effective. So we wanted to understand, can they actually be effective? Is it a question of them, of choice screens just being an ineffective remedy? Or has it been about ineffective implementation of them so far? And also we wanted to look at, what affects the design, the timing, what effects these things have on choice screens. And so I'll just very, very quickly run through some quick findings that we found. And I mean, one of the most important findings was that people really want to see choice. 97% of people said they would prefer to see a choice screen, including those who didn't see one at all during the device setup that we created. We put 12,000 people in Germany, Poland, and Spain through a kind of created environment that mimics an operating system device setup. And the people that went through it, said that they preferred the choice. And actually, when they got the choice, they were much more likely to stick with the browser that they chose compared to those who did not see a choice screen. The other couple of things I wanted to touch on were design is really important. As Amelia pointed out, that the design of choice screens is really important in terms of randomizing. For example, we found that really affected choice in terms of ranking. And finally, that timing is also super important. And when you're showing a choice screen during device setup, when you're thinking about your settings, you are actually twice as likely to choose an independent rival to the pre-installed default. So when you were were shown a choice screen while you were in the middle of using your phone, you were interrupted in the middle of a flow, then actually you were twice as likely to choose a product from the operating system and stick with that rather than thinking about your choice. So these are all kind of important considerations, and it's clear that the moment of giving choice is such an important issue, and so device setup and software updates are clearly an area where users think about choice and actually may give more thought to the choice they have. And finally, just a few other points that people that came out of the research were that people wanted more information. They were very clear about that. They wanted to see more browsers. They wanted to see the choice screen during device setup. And actually, that was the case for everyone. Whether you saw more browsers or fewer browsers, you wanted to see more. Whether you saw a choice screen or not, you wanted to see a choice screen. Whether you saw more information or less information, you wanted to see more information. So it's really clear what people want, and hopefully the DMA can deliver it for them.
Thank you very much. And now we go to the Commission. Lucia, for a reaction of what you have heard and on the report.
Yes, thank you, and thank you for inviting me. So in the interest of time, and because there is a drink at the end, I understand before that there is also a fantastic keynote by Alberto, I will try to be brief. I must say that I feel privileged that I was tasked with reading this paper because I actually have them read all. And this is my favorite paper. So I actually feel lucky because I think this paper really does justice to this kind of cornerstone of humanity, the concept as a humanity itself, which is the choice. And yet it's such a simple word, and yet it's something which is not yet completely granted. And I think the choice architecture, you know, it sounds like a nerdy concept, but nevertheless, I think this is absolutely mission critical because this is something which has the potential to make a difference between DMA, which is effective in practice, and a DMA which is just ticking a box exercise. Because, I mean, of course, I will talk about choice screens because we have Kush here and we have Aurélien. You know, a choice screen, the DMA, to be honest, the DMA tells you, it mandates only a choice screen, right? So if it's just like to put a choice screen, I mean, it's very easy. It's a 5-minute exercise. You put a choice screen, tick. But precisely the point is that we need a choice screen which is effective. And what does that mean, effective? And actually, I listened with interest, and I will re-listen if there is a recording, the comments by our colleague from the court about the obligation of achieving the compliance needs to be effective. And in achieving the objectives of the regulation. And then there was the link which was made with Article 29 that actually you cannot really make a non-compliance if you are not achieving the objectives of the obligation of the regulation, which clearly are contestability and fairness. But I think here the choice is actually the gate to contestability because you cannot get there without the choice. And therefore, I would like to discuss that a little bit more to see how these two things play together. Because if you, as I said, a choice screen is just a choice screen. A, B, C, you choose, tick, basta. But we know that an effective choice screen is something completely different. So that's just kind of a thought. So for us, this is something that is very dear to our heart, and we look at it really, really closely. What is good is that we don't start from scratch. There is a lot that we know about from behavioral economics and from lots of useful research, including done by Mozilla, Bug done research about how people actually react to these choice screens. And you know, a lot has been said about the choice overload, and I think in the Amelia paper there is also the tension, which for me is not the tension identified between the contestability and user autonomy, but I think that the research clearly shows that people do want to have a choice and they are able to make an informed choice. And this should be our objective. Our objective is not to hide the gatekeepers on page 36 of the choice screen. That's indeed not the point. The point is really to allow users to make an informed choice. And we, of course, have this experience from the Android choice screen remedy, so that gives us a little bit of a head start in this exercise, and we should definitely build on that. Also, if I may comment on the free legal principles, I would pick one on the non-discrimination, and I'm glad to hear that Amelia highlighted that what we are talking about is actually that the non-discrimination is should be understood as not favoring the gatekeeper. So I would like to just recall that, you know, DMA is not a non-discriminatory regulation. It's by definition, it's a selective regulation. It's not a horizontal piece of legislation. It regulates only gatekeepers, those that are designated for specific CPSs. And you are in that position. So we are not all equal in this exercise. So there is contestants and there is incumbents, and the incumbent is the gatekeeper. And I think that this whole choice architecture needs to take that into account, because what this choice architecture is seeking to do is to correct this situation. It's correct, the paper identifies, and rightly so, the status quo bias, the primacy bias, and all these biases need to be somehow taken into account when that choice architecture is being designed. also, I think what is very good, and I think there is no controversy as to the 4 legal principles. I think that are identified in the paper. It's clear that users need to be able to engage with all the options that they have on the plate, so that has to be clear. So it's the attended Amelia's paper. There needs to be a relevant degree of information so that these people can actually make an informed choice. It needs to be clear what they are doing and what are the consequences of this choice, and that this choice is reversible. Then there needs to be information which allow you to actually make the individual choice between the various options. And of course, it needs to be easy and user-friendly to make this choice, because we all know ourselves. If you tell me that I have to click 10 times to go and make a choice, I think that I will be the first one who is not going to do it. So obviously, all of this needs to be taken into account. So I think these are essentially my points for now.
Thank you very much, Lucia. So now let me go back to you, Amelia. What is your reaction to what you have heard so far?
Well, no, they're very good points, and they put flesh on the bones very nicely of what I was talking about. I think one, and I absolutely agree about the testing that has been done by Bayek and Mozilla is incredibly valuable and a really good example of what third parties can do in the lab, without access to real user data in the field. One really interesting thing that I think came up in Kush's comments is in most markets, you just have a one-off choice and then you make your choice. Actually, in these markets, choices are always reversible. And telling consumers that their choice is reversible is probably a good thing, because it might make them more confident to try out new things. But actually, the reversibility can also be a negative in that having made a choice, if they keep getting little prods saying, are you sure you don't want to change back? Are you sure you don't want to do this? That could be a real problem. And Kush called that out, and the paper also calls that out. It's the kind of ongoing choice architecture that people aren't seeking, but they could get unwanted nudges that are also have essentially a discriminatory effect.
Is there some question in the room? A last comment from some of you if you want, otherwise we go to, you want to say something? Please, so you, no, you're not.
I'm good.
Okay, so now we have, la cerise sur le gâteau, as we say, with the takeaway of Alberto, who was very patiently listening to the whole day, but I mean, Philomena told me, because I thought it was a Navy day, but she told me, no, compared to the day we have in the DMA unit, it's very light today. So, I mean, Bruno will take over.
No, I don't think Alberto needs any long introduction. Thank you very much for joining, and we're looking forward to listening to your comments and takeaways.
Thank you. And it's been a very dense day, a lot of food for thought. So I think the worst thing I could try to do is to repeat or summarize all that have been said. I think I would not make justice to all the good contributions of the day. So if you spare a few minutes before the drink, I would like just try to point out, to the extent I can, what will happen between now and the 7th of March and what we are expecting for after the 7th of March. Of course, we have a focal point, this date, but things have started moving already. You probably saw an announcement of new subscription models, on possibility to choose how to manage data between services of the same company, on some discussion announcement of how other services may change, sometimes in more restricted groups, sometimes more in the public, and also changes in prompts for some services, on what we call nudging sometimes, services or not, that start moving. So things are happening. Some of these announcements these changes have been discussed with us and to some extent, agreed. Others reflect rather the way the gatekeepers understand the obligations and their compliance models. So we are still in the middle of the discussion, so I cannot tell you which one is in what category. What is clear is that these are still partial announcements. There will be more between now and March, I'm pretty sure, but there will be partial pieces of a bigger puzzle. But it's movement. The good news that things are moving and the initial steps are being taken. On the 7th of March, what should happen is that there should be a more coherent and concrete compliance model, and there should be a compliance report, also in a public version, that should be available to the public. For us, it will be extremely important to receive the views of stakeholders, both on the reports, but also very importantly, on their specific experience as users, be it business users or end users. So what we can expect for us looking forward after the 7th of March, taking into account all these, all the feedback we will get. There will be some compliance solutions that will be clearly meeting the requirements of the DMA. So for these, perhaps not much action will be needed. It's not a lot of them, but there are some, some really tick the box things that we could have. There will be solutions, or rather non-solutions, for which we already see that we will not agree with the gatekeepers between now and March. We don't see eye to eye to the gatekeepers today. We still have a few weeks to go, but time is getting short. But there are some areas on which we know we will not agree. On these, we will have to take action and open a new chapter of the DMA, which is the one of non-compliance, investigation, discussions, and possibly, I would hope not, but possibly also sanctioning. And then there will be solutions, and those I think is something that has been very much the topic of the discussion today, where it is impossible or extremely difficult to judge in abstract whether they are compliant or not. That's all what we've been discussing, actually. Because as many things in life, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. So here is where the feedback from users and user organizations and businesses will be the key for us. It will be also the area where performance indicators will be most important. And the discussion today was very useful, both in showing that it's not easy, but that it is extremely necessary. And for this solution, where actually we need to see how they pan out in reality, we know that we need to assure effective compliance. So we have two terms here. We have compliance and we have effective. There are two dimensions, and they may not always go in the same direction. So we may observe that we have compliance, and it actually leads to an effective outcome. That's, everyone is happy, and that would be what we would all be happy with. But also we may have compliance that leads to no change. We hear that a lot from gatekeepers. Actually, the legitimate concern: what about if I comply, but there is no change? I'm not guilty. And for us, we will need to understand why there is this divergence. And there are many possibilities. Simplifying a bit, I can think of three. One, the solution is compliant, but nobody is interested in it. So no user wants to change, no user wants to have choice. Everybody is so happy with what they have today that they don't need to change. Two, could be that the solution is compliant, is opening the opportunity for businesses to take it up and offer alternative services, but there is no business that can take it up, that is capable of taking it up. And so the gatekeeper is compliant, but nothing is changing. Third, there is a problem with the solution that is proposed. Actually, it's not the right thing to ensure effective compliance, and maybe there is a bug in it. We will need to assess this very carefully. It's going to be quite a bit of work. I don't want to prejudge, any of these three possibilities, but my hint is that the first two we will assess really carefully and rather critically. And we will assess them more critically if in the course of the discussion we've been having over these months, we proposed some solution, or we gave some indication of how a compliance should look like, how open it should be, how transparent it should be, what feature it should have. And if the gatekeeper decides to go another way, we will ask ourselves, well, is it not because they went another way that nobody is picking up the opportunity? We will also be looking at it more critically if we think that the gatekeeper didn't spend enough time and resources in testing the solution, in running the solution with potential beneficiaries, and in taking on board the feedback from these beneficiaries. And also, we will look at it much more critically when we have solution where it is the gatekeeper that says, fine, I can give openness, but I'm the judge. Whatever, I'm the one who will basically, I'm happy to give the possibility of alternatives, but I want to be the gatekeeper still. So it's me who is going to judge, and actually I'm the only one who can judge. There is no third party that is independent, that doesn't have a conflict of interest, that could be, for example, delegated to objectively look at whether certain solutions are safe, secure, respect the integrity of the system, and so on. So in all these situations, of course, it will be, if we go for non-compliance in situation, we also have a burden of showing that the solution is non-compliant. But I think these are all elements that will inform us. And I like very much also the comment of Fiona earlier on, were saying, the discussion we had is the effort we should kind of give credit to or not. Effort, again, is not an empty word, but effort also translates in going through all these steps that the gatekeeper should go through before rolling out a specific solution. So this, I think, will be a very large part of the work of the Commission regarding the DMA in the coming months, probably in the coming years. We also have other work streams that that take up some of our time. We are at the beginning of the year, so we expect new notifications because the reference years for the quantitative designations have changed, and we may have new companies meeting the quantitative thresholds. We have market investigations ongoing. We may have new market investigations. We have litigation that for which our colleagues in the legal service take the brunt, but we are there to support them also as operational departments. But certainly compliance will be the big focus of our work, because that's what can make the difference and can make the difference between the ticking the box exercise and something that opens up these markets. So in all these, I think I would like to express my gratitude. I think all our gratitude for the work that CERRE has been doing, and for the stimulating papers, questions, discussions, the challenges you bring to us, and also the proposal for solutions. As the various Commission representatives mentioned, there are, as for everyone, things we like, things we don't really agree very much with the results of the or with the thoughts in the paper, but by and large, this is what we mean by involvement of stakeholders. Here we have more academia. In other situations, it will be more business, but that's what we need to make the DMA alive. So again, a big thank you for organizing not only this event, but all this work stream, and I'm really looking forward to working together in the future more.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Alberto, for those kind words. What I like in what you said, I mean, apart from the nice words at the end, is that until the end, we got clarifications. We got pragmatic, very concrete pieces of information, which I think is what participants to this conference today were expecting. And I hope that we have brought this during this marathon of nearly 8 hours. It's been snowing outside, we don't even know it. I want to warm everybody for what they've contributed to this. Il tombera pas plus bas. To contribute to this conference today, the speakers, the attendees, the viewers, the commission, obviously. I want to extend my special thanks to the great CERRE team that I'm very, very blessed to work with. My academic colleagues, of course, for the great papers, and led by Alexandre Destrel, who once again has really done an amazing job. I want also to work for the hard work behind the scene and for making this big conference possible. The event, project management, communications, and administration staff members of CERRE. They include Anna Maria, Conrad, Amaya, Annalisa, Sarah, Gotham, Maryse. Before we leave, I want to remind you that, I think I said it, but let me repeat it, that building on the success of this kind of exercise and of the DMA Compliance Forum project that we've been running the whole 23, and which led to this book, we will launch a similar initiative imminently, which we will call, in a not original way, the DSA Compliance Forum, and where we'll discuss exactly the same way the crucial implementation issues of the DSA. As always, the project will be open to CERRE members who want to take part. Reach out to us if you're interested. We also welcoming tomorrow morning in this place for a members-only breakfast, DG Connect Strategy Director Thibault Larger, who will talk to us about the Commission's digital priorities for 24 and also for the next look ahead to the next mandate. So if your organization is a member of CERRE and you still want to join, I think there's still 1 or 2 seats available. Reach out to one of the CERRE staff in the room and we'll try to accommodate. I would also like to invite everyone to join us on 22nd of February to the CERRE Foundational Technologies Governance Summit. We will explore in a whole afternoon the challenges that foundational technologies such as generative AI, cloud computing, or virtual world present and how to tackle them. So I hope to see you there. And finally, I don't know who talked about the cherry on the cake, but it is now. I don't know if it is a cherry, but it's a drink and some crackers and I think more. It's just when you go out here, immediately on the left where you had your coffee. Thank you very, very much for being brave and see you soon. Thank you.